That I've got two clipboards there.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if they would do that. I asked the other one. I asked the other one, but she's like, "Oh no, they couldn't do that." So I figured you and
So do you mind flipping it? He's like, yeah, no problem.
That's great. See, you got the schlep.
Gotta
I
just.
don't have.
He's the one that makes he's the one that makes the decisions.
It's like
wanna
because
be
that's
sitting
her.
here for
Why
2
this
hours?
woman person have to sit here? Seems all
You are
we could
absolutely
free
correct.
her up for a day. She goes, "Oh no, we'll deal with that first." I was like, "Okay,
So you want to answer these questions? Hello.
sure." Could take a stab at it. So Larry sent me a text that Doris told him there's a bunch of deputations about the camp thing, but I don't see any on the list.
Nobody on the list.
So I don't know where he or she got that from.
This wouldn't be the place.
Where would be the
I
place?
don't know.
I'm to tell him there are no
We don't make the
such
regulations, we
deputations.
follow the regulations. The one thing I should say, though, is, I think maybe Pro needs to bump this up a couple of levels
I
and get
just-
a couple of senior management staff involved with the meeting with the ministry.
I got
Because
my own meeting with the ministry coming up because I got sick of the whole thing. But I have a conference call with Larry tomorrow because
Yeah.
I'm going to give him that feedback.
Yeah.
And
like,
egging
I
them
don't,
on
like,
with
it
this,
seems like
Jamie, but
everybody, I honestly had no idea that this was happening around the regulations.
they
And,
briefed you.
but, like,
It hasn't come through Pro.
It hasn't
No,
come
they've
through
been-
Pro.
no,
I knew
they've been
from what you
terrible.
told me, but
Yeah.
this is major.
Oh, I know, it's huge. And it's only, on my worry, on the under 4 thing is only the start. If we don't get somehow some control of that.
I think they need some messaging that says,
Sorry. hold on. Hey, Danielle. The mic's on.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to meeting 9 of the Community Development and Recreation Committee. And it's our first meeting of 2016. Happy New Year to all. Special welcome to members of the committee and other members of council in attendance today. And of course, thank you to members of the public. For those in the room with us, the screen at the back of the room provides real-time updates concerning where we are on the agenda and what's coming up next. And you can follow the agenda and debate on your computer, tablet, or smartphone at toronto.ca/council. Looking for declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? None? Confirmation of minutes for the November 25th, 2015 meeting? Councillor Cole, second by Councillor Mahevik. All those in favor? It's carried. We have our agenda list before us with the committee's support. Because we have a large number of deputants for item 9.1, which is a new home for Salvation Army Hope Shelter, it would be greatly appreciated if we could handle City of Toronto sport plan first. would be my suggestion. We have one deputant, Heather Mitchell, who's here, and also staff. Staff won't have to wait through the other item. So that's the only change I would make in advance, but 9.1, we're going to hold that for deputants. 9.2, amendment to blanket contract. Councillor Mahavik moved. Seconded. All those in favor? Carried. The City of Toronto Sport Plan, will hold that for a deputant, and as mentioned, with your approval, we'll make that the number 1 item. Options for 702 Kennedy Road. There are speakers, so we'll hold that item. And that is our agenda for today. So as mentioned, we'll start with item 9.3, City of Toronto Sport Plan, Project Outline and Stakeholder Engagement Plan. We have one deputant, Heather Mitchell. Great. Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chair Pasternak, committee members. I will be brief. I'm Heather Mitchell, Chair of the Toronto Sports Council. And today I am speaking in support of the staff report that's regarding the project outline for the development of a City of Toronto sports plan. Last spring, this committee recognized the importance and the potential of developing a comprehensive and inclusive plan that would serve the needs of all sports. This report is an important first step toward the development of that plan. The framework, as it has been presented, will provide the means by which the PFNR will be able to develop a plan that will review and assess, revise, support, and implement delivery of appropriate sport programs on a citywide basis. The sport plan would then become a living document that could respond to the changing needs of a constantly growing city, ensuring that no sport or segment of the population is left without a voice. The Toronto Sport Council looks forward to working with PFNR Division within the framework of the guidelines and can assist with our own network connections, our communication tools, and the expertise we have and hold in collective impact practices. To that end, the Toronto Sports Council supports the report be acknowledged as a first step in developing a City of Toronto sports plan. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Questions for the deputant, Councillor Mahavik?
Yes, thank you, and I'm glad that you came, recognizing that your predecessor did a lot of work in this area.
Yes.
So my basic question is why is the city doing this and not you folks?
I think that what we're dealing with here is actually the Parks, Forestry, and Recreation Community Development of Program. It isn't an independent. It's going to include sport organizations and other deliverers of sport. But the focus on this is going to be to support the Recreation Department in developing program on a citywide basis and interconnecting it with those who are already developing and delivering in the communities, pre-existing groups.
But I'm supportive of this, so it's not. This isn't
No, I know.
a hostile question. But the question is still then, like, isn't that what you folks do?
Not really. Our Toronto Sports Council is more of an affiliated organization. We respond to and support information sharing with all the different organizations, so we act as a conduit, and therefore we don't develop program. It isn't in our mandate to actually deliver program. What we do is respond, as I mentioned, to others who are delivering program. We'll come forward. We sit on a number of committees and represent sports organizations. Good example, field committee for use of school playgrounds. So we'll take any of those issues forward and hopefully help resolve them at a level that the sports organizations either don't have the time or expertise to do.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions for the deputant? Great. Thanks very much for coming in.
Okay, thank you.
Questions for staff? Councillor Mahavik?
Yes, thank you. So I guess my question is, I have basically two parts to a single question. Will this project and plan define or would deal with the issue of whether there should be a suite of programs offered to all residents of Toronto on a free basis? You know, us having done the welcome policy, priority centers, there's still a little chunk left, especially in the area of children that we've been tossing around, and is this an opportunity basically to address that?
Through the chair, it's not specifically within the scope of the plan or the project plan that's before committee today. It will define the scope and the types of sport programs that the city should be delivering, and that's one of the purposes of the plan. But the assumption would be those programs would then go into the regular sort of program delivery mode. So where programs, in the community centers where programs are free, those programs would be there and would go by those city policies. So, the intent is not to develop, a base program that would be outside of the current sort of delivery framework that we have.
Right, so that's going to be a separate conversation.
Yeah, it could be a separate conversation,
right, okay.
Correct.
Okay, then the second one is around public use of TDSB and TCDSB facilities, which has always been a kind of a bit of a rub around here, different permitting processes, inconsistency of, policy direction. Will this address that, and will they be stakeholders in this process?
Through the chair, they will definitely be stakeholders in the process, and part of what we will be looking at is in terms of how to maximize the use of their assets, as well as our own.
So we could see out of this some kind of recommendation like that the City of Toronto and the TCDSB and TDSB develop a single permitting process, et cetera, et cetera. Not to preclude where you need to go, but.
I wouldn't presuppose that would be a recommendation. I think it's certainly, the permitting processes, I would consider that certainly could be within the discussion, but I'm not, I wouldn't conclude that would be where we would go. But with them at the table, I think there's an opportunity to have a discussion around all the items between the city and the school boards in the city that are impacting the delivery of sport programs.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Mahavik. Any other questions for staff? Just very briefly, is this a good time for us for a verbal update on the motion related to developing Toronto as a center of tennis excellence? Is there something you can offer to that good work that you're doing?
Through the chair, we are planning on bringing a report back on the community tennis club policy and the tennis excellence framework in March to the Community Development and Recreation Committee, so that would be a great time to update you. But the progress is being made.
Okay, thanks very much. Any other questions? Speakers?
I'm happy to move the recommendation. I think it's good work and builds on work that has been previously done by the Toronto Sports Council, and I think this will help us all. Everyone has a right to play and play sports.
Any speakers? No? It's moved. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to item 9.1. We have a long list of deputants. I'd like to ask Bradley Harris of the Salvation Army, Toronto Housing and Homeless Supports, to be our first deputant. I realize I'm moving the order around, but I think having the Salvation Army speak first will add some clarity to our discussion this morning. Thanks very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you to the members of the council for an opportunity to share some thoughts here. Last April 2015, the Salvation Army reluctantly closed the doors of our Hope Shelter at College in McCall when our lease ended. After an extensive search, we believe that we may have last found a new home for a new Hope Shelter at 29 Leslie Street. We are proposing an 80-bed shelter for homeless men between the ages of 18 and 70 plus. The shelter would be smaller than the 124-bed shelter we operated on College Street, but we still offer the same services that contributed to 40 successful years at that location. 3 meals a day, counseling, housing placement and follow-up, and referrals to other services. Over the past few weeks since it was announced that we were proposing a shelter at this location, there has been quite a response from the community with comments that are both supportive and some not so supportive. Although we have been pleased to hear from those in favor of opening up their community to individuals experiencing homelessness, not all responses have been positive. I can appreciate that there are concerns and issues raised for constituents, and we are committed to working with the community. But many of the responses in person, in social media, and in the mainstream media have been based on fallacies such as feelings, distractions, misinformation, generalization, and irrelevant connections. So here is why opening the shelter is a good and necessary thing. Salvation Army is a commendable shelter provider and good partner with the Shelter Support and Housing Administration. Hope Shelter will help address the issues with shelter capacity, and perhaps most importantly, we need to acknowledge that homeless people are dying on our streets. Salvation Army has a long-standing partnership with the City of Toronto, supplementing municipal funding with the Salvation Army funded services, staff, and resources to provide more than 600 beds in 4 shelters across the city, in accordance with Toronto hostel standards. All shelters are open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and offer short-term emergency accommodation, as well as some transitional and long-term accommodation. A variety of programming, including mental health supports, has been developed over the years to meet the unique needs of shelter users, and we are having success in helping people find housing and maintain their housing. The demand for shelter beds is growing. Between January 2011 and January 2015, the average nightly shelter occupancy increased by approximately 11%. As a result, many of the Toronto's shelters were operating above the 90% occupancy threshold approved by City Council. The Salvation Army has looked for almost 2 years to find a suitable location it can afford. The building at 29 Leslie Street is a suitable size, is accessible for those who cannot climb stairs, and is close to transit and other services our clients use. The location also complies with the municipal shelter bylaw requirements. Earlier this month, I had the privilege of attending the Homeless Memorial Vigil held at the Church of the Holy Trinity. The names of 43 people who died on the streets in 2015 were remembered. Those are people that were known to have died on the streets. That is not all the people who have died because of experiencing homelessness in our city. That does not include all those who have died last year in our shelters or hospitals and were homeless. And to quote Kathy Crow, they are dying for a home. Although shelters are neither housing nor home, they are a big part of the process for dealing with the issues of homelessness. And we believe by opening up Hope Shelter in this location, we'll be able to continue our work and to meet the needs of the community.
Great, thanks very much. Any questions for the deputants? No? Thank you very much for coming in. Lee Chapman. Thanks very much for coming in. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this meeting in support of the new Hope Shelter that is being proposed for the Leslieville area. My name is Lee Chapman. I'm a mom, wife, registered nurse, and also PhD candidate and Leslieville resident. I'm sharing all of these roles with you today in the hope that you'll appreciate the complexity of roles that people have in living their lives. We've lived in Leslieville since 2009, during which time we've seen tremendous growth and prosperity in the community. But despite this prosperity, there are many people both in Leslieville and throughout the GTA who are much less fortunate than those of us who have so much. A closet full of clothes, fridge full of food, loved ones around us, jobs to fulfill us, and a roof over our heads. Providing vulnerable people with shelter is the first step in helping them to achieve the fulfilling life that we all desire. I work and study as a doctoral candidate at the Faculty of Nursing at U of T, which is right at College in McCall, across the street from the Salvation Army Hope Shelter that is now closed, after operating in that location for over 40 years. Walking past the shelter on my way to the faculty always inspired me with a great deal of optimism that there were opportunities for shelter for those who wanted to access such services. And this shelter was right beside the Ronald McDonald House, where seriously ill children and their families often stay while receiving treatment at sick kids or other downtown hospitals. So despite their very different reasons for needing a place to stay, here there were essentially two shelters, side by side, each providing services to those who needed it the most. And as you've already heard, there's a memorial service each month at the Church of the Holy Trinity, right behind the Eaton Centre, which marks all of the known homeless deaths in Toronto since 1985. And there are constantly new names being added to this list. My older brother Brad's name was added to this list in August. A brother, a son, uncle, father, and grandfather. Brad died homeless just shy of his 44th birthday on August 26th. He had a difficult life for the past 20 or so years, but the first 20 years were pretty good. He played rep hockey, he loved music. He was in Etobicoke's first class of French immersion in the 70s, and he had lots of great opportunities for travel and fun family times. We even had seasons passes to Canada's Wonderland. But the last 20 years were tough for our family, and especially for Brad. He was always hopeful that he could turn his life around and be able to see his kids again and meet his grandson. But most of the time, he had a backpack containing all of his possessions and a list of some of the large downtown shelters where he could stay. The shelters did provide temporary reprieve from sleeping on the streets or for getting arrested for loitering inside a Tim Hortons. Providing people with food and shelter does make a difference and can turn someone's life around. Although this sadly wasn't the case for Brad, I know that it will be the case for others, and I'm optimistic that the proposed Hope Shelter in Leslieville will be life-changing for some. I'd like to think that Brad could have found shelter in Leslieville, and that maybe it would have provided the opportunity for it to be safe for us to reestablish a relationship with one another as brother and sister. He would have been a proud uncle to my young son. In closing, I just wanted to mention the weekly pilgrimage of sorts that all Leslieville residents make each Sunday from May to October to the Leslieville Farmers Market, a fantastic Sunday market that instills a great sense of community in our neighborhood. And part of this community included the market's homeless volunteer, a man named Mikey Moquin, who died in Woodbine Park. In honoring Mikey's contribution to the market, one of the organizers said this: "Mikey always had a smile and an over-the-top positivity for someone in his situation. Although he struggled with many of the symptoms of chronic homelessness, he was always there to help, and he reminded us what exactly a community is and what it means to nurture one. It's the act of taking care of and finding a place for our most vulnerable members. It's about helping each other even when our circumstances are so different that it can feel uncomfortable." This shelter will not solve homelessness in the GTA. However, it will be life-changing for some people. There are those who need our help and support in working through their difficult life circumstances. And if you feel uncomfortable by the suggestion of a shelter in Leslieville, perhaps this is an opportune time to reflect on what it means to nurture a community, including its most vulnerable members. Mikey's name is beside my brother's on the homeless memorial. I have full confidence that Leslieville's Hope Shelter will safeguard against another brother, son, uncle, father, and grandfather's name from being added to this list by providing shelter for those who need it the most. Please do what you can to support Leslieville's Hope Shelter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and on behalf of the committee, very sorry about your loss.
Thank you.
Questions for the deputant, Councillor Mahavik?
Yes, thank you. I'm at the other end of the city, but I have seen some media reports on something of a conflict that's emerged in in your community. I'm just wondering what you might think, both as a person who's obviously dealt personally with this, but also as a nursing professional, as to how we might bridge that divide.
Well, I think I think it's, some of the comments are based on myth, as was already sort of mentioned. So the fact, I've heard comments like the homeless shelter is in close proximity to retail outlets that sell alcohol, which I really don't think is an issue, any more than retail outlets that sell alcohol are an issue in any other parts of the GTA. And I mean, I think my perspective is that there are a lot of community supports in the area that have really rallied, and I think some are speaking here today about the ability to sort of bridge that gap in services and like the South Riverdale Community Health Center, the Police 55 Division, and I really think a lot of the concerns are frankly unfounded. I've heard people say that they're busing people in to the Leslieville area, not recognizing that there are homeless people in Leslieville. Whether we see them or not, they're there.
Clear facts.
Yeah, from my perspective, I think that there are a lot of unfounded fears about homeless people and they really are just like you and I. They've just had harder circumstances, and they do need support. And shelter is the most fundamental human need. Before you if you don't provide shelter and food, people can't be motivated to achieve anything else in life.
Thank you, and thank you for the courage to share your personal story as well.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mahavik. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much for coming in. Andrea Chung? Five minutes, thanks.
Thank you to the committee for the speaking opportunity. My name is Andrea Chung, and I live on Brick Court, less than 50 meters from the proposed site. The report issued to the community included a strong objective summary of the proposal for an 80-bed homeless men's shelter to be operated by the Salvation Army at 29 Leslie Street. For the record, I am fully on board with the need for shelters in the city. We need to find a solution to the shortage of beds for those who need the help, and we need to find them right away. However, my concerns are around the pre-qualification process that may result in the city approving this or similar facilities in locations that are not ideal. There are factors to be considered that aren't, and implications to be considered that aren't. After 2.5 weeks of research into this, I found the requirements to be quite loose, and there are viable concerns that 29 Leslie Street is not the right location for several reasons not outlined in the report. As the report would indicate, there are no financial or equity impacts as a result of this recommendation. In addition, 29 Leslie seems to meet all bylaw requirements. However, two other key areas that might be of concern for the sake of the residents of the shelter and for the shelter neighbors include, number one, the environmental status of the site, and number two, an expectation from the citizens of Toronto that council's considerations extend beyond the minimum requirements of the law to consider issues such as flaws in environmental design or the demographic profile of the area immediately surrounding the shelter. So first, to touch on environmental status. The land at 29 Leslie Street sits on what has previously been proven on public record to be environmentally contaminated land by substances that are dangerous to our health, as confirmed by several sources, including a study conducted by the TTC in February 2010. These concerns are further substantiated by the fact that in accordance with Ontario provincial law, such a property meets the definition of a brownfield property, which is a vacant or underutilized place where past industrial or commercial activities may have left contamination behind. This law requires that such a property being repurposed from a commercial use to uses resembling residential has an environmental safety assessment report filed as public record. 29 Leslie Street has no such record. As a result, the site and the building that resides on it is potentially very unsafe for 80 people to live, sleep, and eat. Further proof of this is the fact that I live on the site that was previously 61 Leslie Street, immediately north of it, and this property had similar environmental contamination and was ordered by the city to be remediated prior to being rezoned as residential property. Should we not be concerned that there is no mention of this environmental status in the report, and that council, as a result, will not be taking this into account when voting? As citizens of Toronto, our expectation from council is that there's a human element to making decisions of this scale and magnitude. Aside from bylaw requirements and costs, shouldn't this process demand that council considers whether the environmental design of the neighborhood is suitable for this kind of establishment? If 29 Leslie Street is surrounded by dark laneways, alleys, a secluded and small park, and a high concentration of very young children, shouldn't the stakeholders involved look beyond finances and bylaws to see if there is possibly a better suited location? My first point for the record on this subject is the bylaw stating that the city can allow shelters so long as the proposed site is on an arterial road. 29 Leslie is on a minor arterial road, and this classification was assigned to Leslie Street between Lakeshore Boulevard and Queen Street back in 2012. However, most of this vehicular traffic, which is required under the definition of arterial road, turns into the two large parking lots just off of Lakeshore, and most do not travel north of Eastern Avenue at all, making the stretch of Leslie Street, where 29 Leslie is located, very quiet. I would know, I've lived here for 5 years. Transit passengers on this same stretch are also extremely limited. The lack of pedestrian, transit, and vehicular traffic is concerning if we consider the reason for this element of the bylaw requirement in the first place, which is to have homeless shelters located on central, busy, and visible streets. This street is a ghost town at night. I would welcome a reassessment of this road classification, which I'd argue does not meet the technical definition of a minor arterial road. My second point, again with the understanding that the proposed shelter meets the bylaw in technical terms and is as of right, is my concern that these bylaw requirements lend zero consideration to the demographic makeup of the immediate area, the way the area was designed by the city, and how those two things interact. Within 250 meters of the site is a high concentration of families with very young children. At least 20 kids just within a block, and over 15 of them under the age of 8 years old. This is also a neighborhood without any backyards, where these young kids play and ride their bikes on the streets, laneways, and the park, which is not visible from Queen Street or Leslie Street, that surround the proposed site. The only access we have to our
Excuse me,
homes...
if you could just wrap up, you're
Sure.
approaching 6 minutes.
Sure.
Thank you.
This is not to say that we are in any imminent danger, but rather to simply state our observations in hopes of better understanding what this means to our everyday lives. I would like to ask City Council to make this a serious consideration in their decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for the deputy, Councillor Mahavik?
Just on the, I'll ask the staff the questions on the environmental piece, but I live 4 doors from St. Clair, and on the other side of St. Clair, there is a drop-in program, feeds 150 homeless and socially isolated folks, and there's a childcare where my kids went to a childcare, like right in the same building. Mm-hmm. I don't see a problem on that front. I'm trying to understand why you would think that is an incompatible thing. My kids grew up with knowing that, hey, the city has all kinds of folks and all kinds of needs, all kinds of great people, and some people who struggle.
I didn't make any statements to say that it was specifically an issue. All I was saying is that I was concerned that it wasn't a point for consideration and that it should be.
So why? My question is why? Like, I'm trying to understand for my own self that.
I think for the record, it was just wanting to know that City Council had taken it into consideration. So there was no mention of that, and that was not very comforting to me. I think
But you're saying it should be, and I'm trying to figure out why it should be. What's the problem?
I mean, it's the same reason why requiring a shelter to be on an arterial road with a requirement around a certain number of vehicular traffic and bus passenger traffic to pass through is, you know, there are certain mandates and requirements that the city might set forward to deem a property suitable, and it was concerning to me that the demographic profile of the neighborhood was not a consideration, for the record.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mahava. Councillor Burnside?
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple quick questions.
Sure.
So on the minor arterial aspect,
Yes.
Lakeshore is an arterial, Queen's an arterial. If you're coming on Lakeshore, how would you get to Queen? You go out Leslie, right?
Yes, you can.
Well, isn't that how you would do it?
Yes, but
It connects the minor arterial, and I'm not trying to be argumentative, I'm just
No.
trying to,
Yeah.
but it does connect the two arterial.
it does. So the way that the classification was made was a two-block stretch between Lakeshore and Queen. You know, I didn't want to make this argument without having some anecdotal evidence. So I've really been observing the street, and I can see the street from my window very clearly. I've been observing it for days, very closely and for long stretches of time. What I've observed, both as a driver who uses those roads on a daily basis and specifically for the purposes of this meeting by observing for the past 2.5 weeks, is that, as stated, a lot of that traffic turns into the two massive parking lots, one housing a Loblaws, the other one housing a Freshco, that live just off of Lakeshore. A lot of the other traffic turns off on Eastern. If you go west, it's an artery to downtown, and if you go east, it's an artery to the Beaches neighborhood. A lot of the traffic turns off on Eastern. What's left is just a portion of those traffics that live on the street between Eastern and Queen, and during off hours, it's very quiet.
Yeah, okay. But it's serving the function of connecting two arterials. Second question, that park, that looks like more of a parkette, right? It's off the laneway there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it safe now? Would you let your kids go there now, alone?
I do let my kid go there now.
Alone?
No, not alone. He's 22 months old.
Okay, but if you had a 5-year-old, would you let your kid go alone, your child?
As it currently stands, I may or may not.
I don't think you would. The only reason I'm saying that is I used to have a business before I got elected right on Lang Street. So I know that, I know the area well, and I know that parkette. It's a little bit shady from time to time.
I think the difference is,
So I don't,
I'm a dog owner. I use that park often. The shadiness that you might refer to are people that I'm familiar with on a first-name basis. We talk, we know them, we expect to see them, we do see them. They pet our dogs, we interact. I think the point is, knowing what to expect, and we know what to expect from that park. And, we have a level of safety and confidence in going to that park because of that fact.
no, I agree. Going to that park, absolutely, but letting your child go alone might be a different story. But
I don't know how I would feel letting my child that's 5 years old go to any park by himself in any part of the
Okay, 10 years
city.
old. Thank you.
I would let my 10-year-old go to that park by himself, for the record.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. Any other questions? I just have a couple of quick ones. Excuse me. From members of the committee. No, I appreciate the enthusiasm. Were you at the community meeting on January the 16th?
Yes, I was.
And in the report here, it says that there were a variety of experts there. Did one include someone who was an expert in environmental issues or soil contamination?
No. Not to my knowledge.
No? Okay. Thank you very much for coming down. Janet McDonald? Thank you for coming, Janet. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I live in a townhouse in the condominium located directly opposite 29 Leslie Street. My family bought that townhouse in 1979 because we loved the diversity of what was then called South Riverdale. I think this location is a good one for the shelter. I think it feeds into the diversity that makes our community so vibrant. It's why I chose to live in this location and not stay in the beach where I spent my entire first 20 years of life. But I am concerned that the process the city used to engage the community for that public meeting was a deeply flawed process. It has fed into the fears and the opposition in the community. I see this with my neighbors. There's 93 houses in our condominium. Not a single one of those houses received the invitation to the meeting. The people who did receive the invitation got it 1 week before the meeting, even though the city's own best practices say the invitation should be delivered 2 weeks ahead of the meeting. The only reason the people in our condominium got the notice is I personally made copies and had them delivered to the 93 houses. When I went to the open house, I discovered people who had only heard about it through the media, even though they owned properties within the 250-meter radius. So this deeply flawed communication process has fed people's irrational fears. And as Bradley Harris noted, the fears aren't rational, but they're there. They're going to affect the successful implementation of this project if they're not addressed. Second concern I have about the public meeting, it violated Ontario's Act for Persons with Disabilities. It was held in a building that was not accessible. It was an open house format, very much like a cocktail party. If you were unable to stand in queue in order to speak to the experts, you couldn't speak to the experts. So although I went to the meeting and arrived early, there was nobody there to tell me how I could get into the building without going up 2 flights of stairs. I got to watch a family carry a heavy baby stroller up 2 flights of stairs. Now, some of the committee members will tell you that there were people there to provide support. They weren't. They were inside the building. There was nobody outside that building to help. There was no signage indicating what to do. The wheelchair lift was broken. There was no ramp. This is not what a public consultation in 2016 in the City of Toronto should look like. What I am asking committee to do and what I'm asking council to do is to fix that and to engage the stakeholders properly. So please, approve the shelter, but with the condition that there be another public meeting, that we be given at least 2 weeks' notice of the meeting, that it be held at an accessible location, and it be held in a format where people can ask questions and get answers publicly, not one-on-one. Because what's happened since that meeting is people are sharing the answers they think they heard, and the amount of misinformation I'm hearing from my neighbors is frightening. I still have neighbors who bought their homes at the same time I did, elderly people who don't speak English. When they get notices in the mail, they rely on a family member who visits on the weekend and provides translation. Because they only got a notice from me 3 days before the meeting, they had no idea what that notice said. So very discriminatory towards people who don't have English as a first language. Within our condominium, there are 93 houses. 7 units have identified that the owners do not speak English and in case of emergency need translation into Vietnamese or Chinese. So none of that was available, and this whole group of stakeholders has been omitted. So I am asking, please, fix this problem. I am in support of this shelter. Many of my neighbors are not. Their opposition is rooted in fear. We can fix this. Dorothy Day said, love casts out fear, but we have to get over the fear in order to get close enough to love. Please give my community the fear-destroying power of information that it needs. Make the approval conditional on a properly held public meeting, similar to the ones we've seen in the past from the TTC, from the Planning Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for the deputant? Councillor Cole?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your deputation. Would it surprise you that we went through this process last year in my ward, on the board of Councillor Mahevik's ward? Would it surprise you that your concerns and complaints with the process and with the quality of consultation, that we went through the exact same problems?
No, it wouldn't. I've been a project manager implementing change projects in the corporate world for more than 25 years. And one of the things I've discovered is we don't do a good job of applying lessons learned. So if you're telling me that it was gotten wrong last time, and we've gotten it wrong again, that just makes me very sad.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you very much for coming down. Michael Best? Michael Best? Michelle Tofano? Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I apologize in advance for my nervousness. First of all, I would allow me to thank you all for an opportunity to share my concerns with the proposed Hope Shelter at 29 Leslie Street. To give you a little bit of background about myself, I grew up in downtown Toronto from a building on the corner of Jarvis and Gerrard, across from the notorious Allen Gardens, and a block away from George Street, home to the Seton House, to then Jarvis and Shooter across from Moss Park. It's urban, diverse living, to say the least. Both addresses were on well-lit arterial roads with lots of vehicle traffic, pedestrian traffic, and a whole lot of police monitoring. There were numerous bumps in the night, to say the least, but the visibility of the neighborhood and the population seemed like it was a safe enough place to call home. In 1999, I moved to Brick Court, a tiny street nestled off of Leslie Street between Eastern Avenue and Queen Street, bordering laneways in a secluded location. In fact, Brick Court is so hidden, when I had people come to my home for the first time, I would have to walk to Leslie Street to direct them into the neighborhood. Otherwise, for locals, it was simply as referring to, I live behind the Duke. It's downtown living in a unique space, bordered by concrete walls that keep you very private and away of the hustle and bustle of what's around. I now have a 13-year-old son who's grown up in the laneways because that's our outdoor space. He now commutes home from school through laneways bordered by a garage and a China Lily factory that is not visible, and we have been very fortunate to not have had any issues up till now. Over the past few years, it was the first time we've seen an increase in crime in our neighborhood during the construction of the TTC. Unfortunately, the closure of Leslie Street pushed pedestrians into our backyard, as Leslie Street was not accessible. It created a new norm to cut through the laneways, hop fences to get to where you wanted to go quicker. My concerns are first and foremost for the safety of the current community and who's to come. I'm not opposed to opening a shelter in Leslieville or anywhere else. In fact, I am more than happy to open it with open arms. I myself and my immediate family have struggled with mental health issues and drug addiction, so I'm aware of how important it is to have shelters in our neighborhood. 29 Leslie Street is a proposed shelter facing Leslie, but the side entrance and the back of the building is tucked in our laneway. It is hidden from the neighborhood. It is less than 15 feet from the first residential home where young children live. Did you know this location is 1.6 kilometers from the closest police station? It's also 4.4 kilometers away from the closest hospital. I wonder what the police and paramedic response time would be. In fact, we had a walkthrough of the neighborhood on January 25th for an hour and a half, and during this time, not one police officer patrolled our neighborhood. We walked through the lane and were told by Councillor McMahon that we could propose to have more lighting and name our back alleyways, and this should be sufficient enough to make sure that the area is safer in welcoming our new neighbors. Another very concerning area on Memory Lane on the north side of 29 Leslie is a very remote area, again blocked by the China Lily, and we would, if we needed to improve any lighting, we were told by council that it would be up to the owners of the property to want to make those safety improvements. What do we do if they don't want to make the improvements? What do we do if the private companies don't want to add light or fences or gates to their property? During our walk down Memory Lane, we passed a private dark walkway between commercial properties and reached the Maple Leaf Forever Park. A huge concern for local residents because it's tucked away in behind our neighborhood. In fact, it has been noticed by several residents on Brick Court that hazmat was there last summer testing the area for contamination. The land currently houses a few homeless people that we already have in our neighborhood who are currently sleeping on contaminated soil. Another concern that would be the men, for whatever reason, we're not able to secure a bed at night in the shelter. Will they resort to staying there? During our walk, I asked the Salvation Army if there could be any potential registered pedophiles at this shelter. We were all told, in fact, there could be. This raises a safety concern for the immediate residents of Brick Court with small children. There are currently approximately 20 children under the age of 18 within 300 meters of the proposed location. What responsibility does the city and the police have to protect these children whose only access to walk home is through the dark, secluded laneway? 29 Leslie Street has no outdoor space except 4-car parking lot located on the north side, which is also, again, within 15 feet of somebody's home. Will there be a smoking area offered for these people? If the city's bylaw is no smoking within 9 meters, where will these people smoke?
We're a little over 5 minutes. If you could wrap up, be appreciated.
Sure. I just ask that the Community Development and Recreation Committee, along with Council and Salvation Army, take into consideration our concerns of the logistic design and the vulnerability of the street just a few feet away from the shelter. I would also like to invite you all to the proposed location to consider our concerns. And thank you. I just want to say that absolutely all these people matter, but we matter as well.
Great. Thank you very much. Questions for the deputant, Councillor Mahavik.
So we have a massive homeless problem in the city. What would you have us do?
Propose new locations,
Okay,
other locations, source other locations. Perhaps now with 13 Goodwill stores opening, there may be other suitable facilities that would be maybe even able to accommodate more than just the 80 beds.
so you want it in someone else's neighborhood?
It's not, it doesn't, I want it in my neighborhood. I have no problems with it being in Leslieville. The issue is not about not wanting it in a neighborhood, okay? The issue is about how this neighborhood was designed. Brick Court and walking down Sear Street and Memory Lane, you cannot see, okay? We're blocked by concrete walls on one side and concrete walls on another. When that builder bought 61 Leslie Street, it was the property on Leslie. He built in the backyard and created a community back there, which you can't see. You cannot drive down Leslie Street and see back there. My concern is that if this place is on Leslie during the day, if they're asked to leave or if they're short of beds and men can't stay or people can't stay, you're now pushing them into the back where I just feel that a more appropriate open, if you were proposing the corner of Queen and Leslie, I believe we would all be having a different conversation right now. And that's just on the north side of my house. So I'm not opposing opening a shelter at all.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Councillor Bello.
Just a quick question. So is there anything that can be done by the shelter to prevent people from going to the back, to ensure that that issue doesn't happen? Because you're going to have that issue, I guess, no matter what. Even if a condo goes there, you're going to have the dark laneways, the issues are going to be there. So do you want to suggest something that if the shelter gets approved, that we can ensure that we ask them to do that can address some of the issues the residents have?
I believe that we should be able to be seen. We should be able to be monitored. We live in laneways, right? It's not like a normal street. I would propose the fences coming down. I would suggest brick walls coming down. I think that the area would need to be visual, well lit. It's a very poor design of a neighborhood, and that is the concern here. Like
So it seems that despite the shelter, you actually need to do some work in the laneways.
And as I've mentioned, we've been very fortunate. Up until the past 2 years is obviously when crimes increased. You can probably refer to the police reports for the break-in and entering that I've had in my home and my property. So yeah, that over the past 2 years has definitely been an incline, yes. Like I said, sitting here today is not going to give you guys, not going to show you what I'm really speaking about, because it's not the opposing of the shelter. That's why I invite everyone, like I invited Councillor McMahon as well, who is gracious enough to come and walk through the community, to have after 5 o'clock, when it was dark, to see what it's really like in that concrete jungle, so to speak. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Aaron McKell. Thank you for coming in. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks to the committee and Councillor Pasternak for letting me speak today. Apologize in advance that I'll probably be speaking pretty quickly. And if I've repeated anything that has been said, I'm sorry because I'm not good at speaking on the spot, so I'm just going to say what I've got written. I do want to start by saying I'm not taking issue today with homeless people. In fact, I actually wonder if in all of this, any effort's been made to contact or get into any meaningful input from shelter users in any way on this particular matter in this shelter. We hear that the community's members' voices, the service providers' voices, and the city's voices, but as of yet, the people who will be using the shelter seem to have been excluded. It's just a point that I wanted to bring up. It's not the Salvation Army or even my fellow neighbors who have come here like myself without a full social picture of the events that are unfolding. It's the city's mismanagement of the process and my lack of faith in their intentions or ability to ensure the success of this shelter that I've come to speak about. The success of the shelter for its residents and its neighbors. I only have so much time, so I'm just going to go right to things I think should have happened. In short, I think the city needs to be more responsible to take actions beyond what is required by law to ensure the introduction of a shelter into a community is appropriate and doesn't leave such an awful taste in all of the stakeholders' mouths. First of all, I think the city should have a more inclusive and transparent way of introducing these proposals. Take some action to deal with the stigma of homelessness rather than allowing it to hijack the conversation about the shelter. Should it be that all of us put the needs of those less fortunate before our own, are tolerant and educated about all kinds of people, even if we don't have much contact with them? Sure, but is that the reality? No. So I think the city has a duty to deal with this too, develop a plan for shelter proposals that goes beyond what you have to do to reduce the division and derision that it causes. So talk to us. Please don't let us know on Facebook and let the games begin. Look around when you're delivering the notices, and why not notify all the people who will be sharing the outdoor space with the new neighbors? Be informative about the zoning laws and the human rights agenda behind it. I've done my own reading about the discriminatory nature of zoning laws in general, but you cannot expect people to do this automatically. It's unrealistic, and you need an education campaign when you're doing this for the residents. Be transparent about the process. What are the reasons why this location won out above others? Tell us why this is such a great place for residents. Why is the secluded park not a concern for you? Or is it one of the pros of the location where you can have a shelter in the city but still hide the homeless from plain view? I think you should also include homeless stakeholders in the conversation. Would it be difficult to do? Yes. Would a public information session like the one offered be toxic for people suffering with homelessness? Absolutely. But if the shelter users were invited, then the city would have to take action to do something to mitigate some of this fear and misinformation that's happening and the stigma that's causing some of this discussion to happen. Give us information about the real impacts of a shelter in our community. We would love to know that the shelter is not going to impact our neighborhood negatively. We would love to know it besides somebody saying, yeah, I live across from a shelter and everything is fine. Give us some data. I would like going forward for some data to be collected on this shelter. Perhaps if you have some information going forward, if you're planning to put other shelters in other communities, you can say, here are the facts. This is what didn't happen, or this is what did happen, and even though things might be on the rise, we might proactively be able to deal with them. I'm sure the city can come up with 1,000 reasons why these suggestions aren't feasible and why they haven't been done, but I do ask is whether you've tried these things yet and whether education, information, consultation, and inclusion has failed in the past, and perhaps that's why you didn't take these steps. Another ideal situation is that shelters would be simply a nice place to effectively house people who temporarily need a place to stay until they're able to get something more permanent. The reality is that some, but not all people who use shelter services struggle with things like mental illness, addiction, trauma, and other complications that affect not only their homelessness, but the behavior in and around the shelters. I think the city needs to take some real action to ensure that we all live harmoniously together, not just tolerate each other. I think this liaison committee, we need to ensure that it brings the residents of our homes as well as the residents of the shelter together. I noticed that they're not listed as part of the people who will consult on that committee. I don't know what their concerns might be, and I don't even know if they would be tabled. I do.
We're a little over 5 minutes, if you could wrap up.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Okay. I do admit to having some concerns. I know that you have no obligation to give anything to community, but if you want to look beyond this project, it would be wise, in my opinion, to at least try to make the shelter a benefit to the community that it's coming into as well. It could be a win-win situation, and who knows, you might even be able to get a shelter in the beaches someday. There's no law about this committee. No one's done anything so far beyond the letter of the law to inform us, to include us, or other people, as far as I know. So that gives me some difficulty in having faith that moving forward, something is going to happen. Meaningful things are going to happen by the city to make sure that this shelter works.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for the deputant? No? Councillor Cole?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your deputation. I'm just wondering, I noticed you were reading a bit from something. Are you willing or able to send that to city clerks for us to review some of those suggestions?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thanks. They may just connect you with whatever that email address is that you can send it to.
Okay.
Thank you. That's it.
Great, thank you. Daniel Trays? Thanks for coming in. You have 5 minutes.
For the past 2 days, I wondered how I was going to do this, and what the young lady before me had said is true. I don't see anybody else in the crowd here that directly knows anything about homelessness, never stayed in a shelter. Just to give you a little background on myself, for 12 years of my life, I stayed in the shelters. I first stepped foot into the Seton House in 1997 as a 20-year-old young man. Currently, I've been living the past 6 years in this general area of Leslieville in what's called temporary housing. For those who don't know, temporary housing is the step before getting permanent housing, where you're integrated into a shared accommodation so that you can integrate yourself into the community. I was going to talk about this beer store issue and the safety of your kids, but quite frankly, the facts are that I walk through memory lane at least 3 times a week. I agree with the people that bring up the safety concerns regarding the gentleman in the shelter, but the facts are facts, and from direct hands-on experience, I happen to know, and I'm sure Councillor Burnside can attest to from previous work that he's done, there's a different code of conduct within the homeless community. The #1 rule is your children are #1 priority. I guarantee you 9 times out of 10, if your child is hurt or something happens, it's not going to be by one of those homeless gentlemen. I believe that the young lady that was worried, it was in one of the newspapers a couple days ago or weeks ago, about her children playing in the laneway. I'd be worried about my children playing in a laneway too. They got vehicles. They have off-leash dogs that I see every single day. And yes, there is a problem with the homeless community with regards to alcoholism, but there's a problem with alcoholism throughout this city. It's not just these 80 gentlemen. So I'm not going to be here today to argue back and forth about safety, whether the environmental studies were good or not. I'm here to tell you that these programs work. I'm alive. I shouldn't be alive today. These programs absolutely work. And another proof of that these programs absolutely work, he might hate me for saying this, but there's a gentleman that's been sitting with me all morning. And through my life of addiction, I've burnt a hell of a lot of bridges. And that was the very first bridge I ever burnt. He should have kicked my behind and taken care of that. But 23 years later, he heard through the community and through Facebook, Twitter, whatever else everybody uses, what I'm trying to accomplish here today, and he's here supporting me today. So if that's not proof to everybody that these programs actually do work, I don't know what the heck's going to be proof. So I'm just quite simply going to say that through my experiences, my direct hands-on experiences, I will offer myself up to volunteer for the committee. I will offer myself up to volunteer to be a mentor or a community outreach worker with this shelter. And for the record, I happen to have stayed at the Hope Shelter and the Gateway Shelter. I know that the Salvation Army runs a fantastic program there. And my only suggestion, other than questions that you might have that I can answer, would be that the Salvation Army runs this facility exactly the same as the Gateway. They have many protocols and rules and regulations in effect. It ran successfully down there for years, and I just believe that while the concerns of the residents are valid, as a couple of people have already said, your kids are not going to be no more in danger than they would be if the shelter wasn't there. In fact, if your house is burning down, those homeless people are probably going to be the first ones to run to your rescue. So again, I want to end this by saying, yesterday Mr. Tory was on record. He went and did an interview with Global TV, and this is the only thing I'm going to read from. He was quoted as saying, with regards to housing, "You're not going to do any better as a whole without being in the field with the tenants." Well, I got news for you. 12 years in the shelters, 6 years in temporary housing, and 4,217 days waiting for permanent housing. This is a need, not a want, and barring any other questions that committee or visiting council have, that's really all I got to say about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for the deputant? Councillor Burnside?
Thank you. Sorry, how many shelters have you had experience with?
If we're going to be honest here, we're going to be totally honest here. I've stayed at every single shelter for men except for the Good Shepherd.
Ballpark?
Ballpark, probably a total of about 15 different shelters. I do want to say too, because it's got to be said, without any insult to the residents of shelters in downtown Toronto is a totally different beast. When this 80-man shelter comes into effect in Leslieville, I believe the pros are going to, outweigh the cons tenfold. It's a different beast, and it's different rules and regulations.
So, in terms of, I'm sure different shelters are run differently.
Yes.
Some better than others.
Yes.
Where would the Salvation Army rate in that?
I have stayed at the Old Hope Shelter. I have stayed at 5 shelters. I believe that were all run by the Salvation Army. Stayed at the Hope Shelter, stayed at the Gateway Shelter. There was one in Scarborough that I believe used to be run by them. But anyways, out of all those facilities, and I'm just being honest, I'm sorry to the fine folks at the Salvation Army. If I was told that I had to walk into the Maxwell Meagan downtown and sleep there, I would sleep in Allen Gardens. Any other facility that I have been in that the Salvation Army run, and that's just the nature of the beast. That's not because it's the Salvation Army. It's just the way it is down there, man. With regards to any of the other shelters, such as the Old Riverdale, the Gateway, they are all run with rules and regulations, zero tolerance policy. For example, all the folks worried about the people hanging out and smoking and stuff, there's a zero tolerance policy for loitering within the Gateway shelter. So if it works in downtown Toronto across the street from a hotel, why would it not work for 80 guys? That's 20 guys less in Leslieville. I think their mentality will be different. They will set the tone for the next 80 guys to come, and there's a sense of belonging there. They already exist on our streets in Leslieville. They just hide it better than they do downtown. That's the simple facts. This is a need, not a want. And I believe, like I said, as long as it's, I would suggest if there's any way to do it, I don't know if you can, but if in your talks with the Salvation Army before this motion goes forward at committee meeting, ask them that they run the shelter exactly like they run the Gateway shelter. I guarantee you won't have no problems whatsoever. None.
Thank you.
No problem, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. And Councillor Havoc.
Yes. You mentioned that homeless folks already are in the Leslieville area.
Yep.
Where do they generally stay? Is there a specific area, or they just find
See, this is where I'm caught between a rock and a hard place, right? Because everybody knows that these homeless folks, they don't have nowhere to go to, whatever, have a beer, have a cigarette, whatever it is they do. I will say it is on main ways. I can say Jimmy Simpson Park, Ashbridges Bay, all those types of places. But I'm not trying to be insulting. It's different. It's different. Everybody that's a resident of Leslieville that has a little baby carriage or whatever, they walk by them every day at the Shoppers Drug Mart. They walk by them every day at the Value Village. They proceed with their activities in Jimmy Simpson Park with them. It tends to be a different type down there, where, I mean, the gentlemen will hide a beer that they have. They'll go behind the rocks at Ashbridges Bay so they're out of the way of children. In our community, we're one of the most diverse communities in the city. We have same-sex couples, we have old people, we have young people. We are accepting to everybody, and I just have to say, I firmly believe from direct experience. I know it's hard for the general public or yourselves to believe it, but from direct experience, this 80-man shelter, there's 85% of them will probably be people from our own streets already. And they already have a certain respect. You're going to get the odd, do you got a toonie, do you got a smoke? But, I mean, that happens everywhere, man. With regards to these people, there's already, frame it however you want to put it, there's already underground rules, meaning your kids are safe, and certain things that are misrepresented, sorry, but in the media, or as one of the other speakers said, through word-of-mouth telephone tag, that's why this fear is there. Because, again, 18 years of direct experience with it, nobody knows it. There isn't nobody, it's nothing to brag about. I'm just trying to be helpful. There isn't nobody that can hold the candlestick to the experiences that I've been through.
Thank you.
No problem, sir.
Any other questions for the deputants? No? Thank you very much for coming in. Sherry Petrie? Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
It's going to be a hard act to follow. Thank you for listening to me and coming today. My name is Sherry Petrie, and I've lived in Leslieville for 27 years. Just a little background about me. I'm going to try to be really fast. Years ago, I worked in the area of social services. I was also married to a police officer for 24 years, and I'm very familiar with the systemic problem of homelessness and some of the problems it does entail. For example, Leslieville, the Leslieville that you know now has not always been this way. When I first bought my house back 27 years ago, it was an up-and-coming area. And that meant we had our share of drug problems, we had our share of some prostitutes, we had 4 bars. If people in the area have been there for a while, they knew we had the 4 aces, we had Teddy's. And the community of Leslieville worked really hard, working tirelessly with the police to clean up the area, to reclaim our parks, to make way for businesses and some of the small independent shops that you see today. And today it is flourishing as a lovely community. It's very safe. Our parks are great for children and dogs. And the demographic has changed in our area. The demographic of Leslieville is mostly young families now. But what I really wanted to say also, let me just read a little bit because I am a bit nervous. The people of Leslieville have big hearts, and we welcome the Red Door shelter with open arms. We give food to the food banks. If you look at any of our grocery stores, you'll see that the donation bins are full. So we are generous people. We're the type of people who will tape a hat to a pole and say, please take this if you need it. That's Leslieville. So I'm not against a shelter in the community. I'm against the process in which it was presented to us. And I think it's actually a very large shelter for a small community like ours, and given the building that it's going to be contained in. So by putting a shelter this size in a small community will create larger problems long-term than the one it's meant to solve. That's my take. And the reality is that 67% of the homeless in Toronto, this is CAMH statistics, you can look it up, 68% of the homeless in Toronto have substance abuse problems, namely alcohol, crack, meth, and prescription pills. Furthermore, the homeless in Toronto have a lifetime of mental illness, largely untreated schizophrenia and depression. I mean, that's amongst that's a large population, that's a high percentage in a small group of people that are going to be in our community. So what we can infer from this, just common sense will tell you, if the shelter has zero tolerance for alcohol on its premises and smoking and drug abuse, it leaves our parks and alleyways vulnerable for the addicts who are part of this population. Inevitably, this leads to attracting more drug dealers and attracting a community that we need to increase our policing. I just want to make sure that this community, if we welcome this shelter, that we're taken care of. The letter that was given to us, and I'll quote here, the commitment to being good neighbors. We want our shelter to contribute to the well-being of both our clients and the neighborhood. And I want a commitment from the shelter that our community is going to be protected at this 6-month review. What happens if we find that it's going in a bad direction? What recourse do the people who are taxpayers that live one street over like I do? What recourse do we have? The other thing I want to mention in this process is I went to this community meeting, and in going to this community meeting, I found there were a lot of fears. People were going and talking in splinters to different groups, getting some misinformation. But when I did talk to the police officers that were there from 55 Division, I'm familiar with 55 Division because I did work with them years ago when we were trying to clean up our neighborhood and had community works. We did sweeps of the parks for beer bottles and condoms for some of the prostitutes and people that were sleeping in our laneways and back alleys. But instead of placating our fears, they incited our fears. They told us we will have increased theft. Keep your bikes inside your house if you can. Add extra lighting. Don't leave any patio furniture. Bring in your pillows. Don't leave a candle holder, anything of value on your front porch. They said these are desperate people. They will do desperate things. So in terms of the shelter, I do believe it's an absolute necessity, and I think people need to have proper home, they need to have shelter, and they need to have food. I'm not against that. What I'm against is I want to make sure that the process is transparent, and I want to make sure that our communities are safe, and I want some guarantees that what if this doesn't work out? What happens to the community of Leslieville, of all the people that voted for this shelter? What happens 5 years from now if this community goes downhill and is back to where it was before? Who's going to say, let's help Leslieville? I want to know what kind of reassurances we're going to have in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? From committee members? No? Thank you very much. Newton, no? Newton, no? Erica Barber? Erica Barber? Michelle Heath?
Hello, my name is Michelle Heath, and I work at the South Riverdale Community Health Center, which is located close to the corner of Carlaw and Queen, and has been serving the South Riverdale Leslieville community for the last 40 years. I'm here on behalf of South Riverdale Community Health Center to support the development of a shelter for men in the community and the Hope Shelter on Leslie Street. As we have heard, and as those of us working at South Riverdale observe on a daily basis, there's a great need for a shelter in this community. Currently, there is no men's shelter that is accessible to the homeless men who are living in the community. And we know that there are a lot of homeless people living in the community who would hugely benefit from having a shelter in close proximity that they can walk to, and currently that doesn't exist for homeless community members. The communities that South Riverdale Community Health Center serve are folks who have been experiencing challenges and barriers to accessing primary health care in the broader community. And this includes people who are having experiences of homelessness. The multidisciplinary teams working at South Riverdale have a great deal of experience and are well positioned to be able to work with the individuals who will be living in the shelter. We look forward to being able to work with the Salvation Army and our other community partners in a collaborative way to ensure that the individuals who will be staying at the shelter have access to the support services and resources that they require, and in particular that South Riverdale has made a commitment to ensure that we're able to provide primary health care and allied health services to the individuals who will be staying at the shelter. We welcome this shelter, as I say, largely because there is a tremendous need, and we look forward to being able to refer folks to a shelter in the community that they can walk to, but also, as I say, working with our community partners to ensuring that people get access to what they need to stabilize their lives and move on. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mahavoc?
So as the nearby agency that will be providing support, some kind of support, local supports, what assurances can you give folks in the community that you will be there for the long haul, moving as things move, and changing as changes are required?
Well, as I mentioned, South Riverdale Community Health Center has been in this community for 40 years and has a commitment to working with actually the community members who are most marginalized from receiving primary health care, allied health services. 10 years ago, we changed our mandate so that our priority populations are marginalized community members, including the homeless community and others. And we have a commitment to working with all of our community partners, residents, and those that are providing services as we have over the last 40 years. We engage as an agency in community sweeps ourselves. Staff and service users go out into the community to ensure that the community is clean, that we engage and get to know folks who are living with and working with. So that has been our commitment for the last 40 years, and we are going to continue.
Great. Thank you very much.
Any other questions from the committee? No? Okay, thank you very much. Maria and Ricardo Alejandra. Maria and Ricardo Alejandra. Damian Thomas. Paul Dowling. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Thomas? Thank you very much for coming in. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Damian Thomas. A little bit of background. I was a part of a family that minded kids from Children's Aid over the span of 30 years, and over 130 infants and toddlers passed through the doors of my house. I'm no stranger to working with the community and doing charity work. I was also a police officer for 7 years, and I had the occasion to deal with many people that were homeless and those who were mentally ill. I also suffer from mental illness, and I have for quite some time. My struggles are daily, and I pay attention to it and take care of it the best I can. Mental illness is extremely difficult to treat. The old saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make the horse drink. What I mean is, the two common ways to treat people with this problem is discipline by making doctor's appointments, social workers' appointments, keeping those appointments, being given medication to help with symptomology. The medication has adverse effects, and if not taken properly or sporadically, it is ineffective and can change the way a person thinks. As a police constable, the first question I would ask somebody in mental distress, have you taken your meds today? Largely, people will say no. For various reasons, they couldn't afford it, they couldn't find it, they couldn't get it fast enough. And it's a slippery slope. Once you've been off the meds for a while, it's very difficult to get back where you may have been at one time. I don't believe that some of the mental illness could cause criminal tendencies that generally will have no place to stay, and they will use these shelters. And I'd like to applaud the Sally Ann. They do a great job. Everybody's been mentioning what kind of great job they do, and I thank them for their service. Leslieville comes from very, very humble beginnings. The area was dotted with city-owned houses that were largely crack houses when I first moved to the area in 2000. The hookers left condoms behind in our laneways, the addicts left their needles, and drug dealers tried to beat you down with dirty looks and provocative body language. Then one day, the houses were renovated and sold to good people with families. Then the homes in Leslieville were beginning to be fixed up. People were walking the streets with their dogs and their children. Restaurants began popping up everywhere. There was a real sense of well-being and calm. The neighborhood has had its own revitalization, and appeared to be turning a corner to gain its own identity. The neighborhood could not have seen what was to come and shatter our opportunity for greatness. I, as many neighbors in the neighborhood, found out about this 80-bed shelter from a nondescript envelope from the city. The letter advised that the property complies with all the Toronto bylaws and that the public meeting would be in 4 days. The language used in the letter seemed absolute, as my phone calls to local councillors and mayor's office with Councillor McMahon declaring, it's a done deal. There's no fighting it. It's going in. This caused a crisis amongst the neighborhood homeowners who adopted a sky is falling attitude towards the shelter. There's a real and tangible feeling of uncertainty and helplessness among neighbors who vowed to contact real estate agents to look for a safer place to raise their children. As a former police constable, I know what to expect. The law has very little power to assist officers when they're working around shelters like this. And with street checks by police now illegal, how will we keep up with what they're doing? The people in the community know this and give police a hard time. 55 Division has been absent. I'm not sure if there's any police constables in here or anybody from 55 Division. This shows a disconnect. It shows how serious they are about the matter. Another question is, where do people that are intoxicated go? Where are these people when they're turned away? What options do they have? Do we have any viable options in order to safeguard these people? The police will not be able to handle it themselves. They are so far behind in calls that if they are to respond to a mental illness call at this shelter, it would likely take all the resources of the platoon due to the unknown and the fact that everybody has to make sure everyone's safe.
We're a little over 5 minutes. If you could wrap up.
There's so much I wanted to get in, but I didn't. The residents of Leslieville deserve inclusion, more control over what we feel is important, and the time we need to do our own investigation and come up with our remedies of people who care about the destiny representing the best interests in the neighborhood. And I encourage all councillors that are voting to not have a knee-jerk reaction or a turnkey solution. Please arrive at your own conclusion by investigating my claims, visit the proposed location, and then go to other areas to see how we can do this better.
Thank you very much. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, just a couple questions. I will be following up on your point about where people that are turned away go. It's a good question, I think. We'll ask staff about that. But have you reached out to 55 Division?
Many times.
In
fact, there was a homeless person that was so aggressive.
No, about this shelter, sorry.
About the shelter. No, we haven't really had any time. It's been a willy-nilly, here's what's happening. The gathering from TV, I wasn't able to make it, but the gathering just looked like everybody was standing around, very much like somebody said a cocktail party. There was no panel, there was no organization, and there was no accountability for what was said.
Okay, thanks. And then your other concern, and I just missed a few of the words there, was that if there were someone that needed to be removed from the shelter for intoxication or whatever.
Combative, yeah.
Whatever the case might be, your assertion is it would take a whole platoon?
My assertion is that the entire platoon would likely show up. 55 Division is a small division.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
54 Division
not a
is a small
debating
division.
society.
55 is not a small division. 55 is probably one of the in the top.
Okay, if you
10
compare
size
that to
divisions.
14 and 50,
there are at least
see what I
there are
mean?
at least
We can
18 to
we can
20
split
people on a
hairs
platoon.
here, but what I'm trying to say
No,
to you is
I'm
that
just
they will
asking.
not have the officers that will be going out and doing a proper job because they will be distracted by the entire division.
That may or may not be, but I'm just trying to cut through the hyperbole in terms of sending 20 officers. Because that's
I can guarantee you, without even looking into this, that 55 Division does not have a platoon with 20 officers on it. The majority of them are two-car people
If I'm not mistaken, there's 17 patrol areas and 55 division, but anyway, I don't want
That
to
doesn't
start
matter. That's
splitting
just the way
hairs.
that the area is divided
at least
up. And
20.
each car, the number correlates.
Councillor
to the
Burnside, do you
side
have a
of the car.
question for him? You're done? Any other questions for the deputant? Councillor Mahavik?
Just on this relationship with the police, I understand that there was a safety audit that was conducted last week. Were you able to attend that one?
I have no idea that any of this is going on until I got that nondescript letter in the mail.
Okay, so
I haven't had any invitations. There's been no consultation, nobody coming to my door, nobody. It just seems like something that's being pushed through.
right, so there was, I understand there was a safety audit. I think it was even reported in the paper that there was a safety audit last week. So you didn't know about that?
How would I?
Okay, great. Okay, so you didn't.
No. But I would also like to add that there was a person that was, I forgot to mention this, there was a person that was panhandling near the DVP and Lakeshore. That person was so aggressive that my wife, who is also a police officer, did her own investigation. She concluded with the information that she gathered that this person was wanted on the East Coast for beating his best friend with a hammer. That person was arrested and returned for trial in the East Coast. But this, not everybody's like that. Not everybody fits the mold, but there is potential.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mahavik. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much. Paul Dowling? Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak to the committee. I hope you'll forgive me for stepping in and out of your meeting today. I'm here in City Hall this morning to participate in a conference sponsored by the Multi-Faith Alliance to End Homelessness. There are about 50 people upstairs talking about opportunities for people from a broad spectrum of communities of faith. We're sharing ideas about what we can do to help to address the needs of people who are experiencing homelessness. And I heard about this agenda item today and stepped out of that meeting and into this meeting to voice my support for the proposal that is before you today to develop this much-needed shelter for homeless people in my community. I say my community because I've lived in Ward 32 with my wife for more than 35 years now. We raised both of our children in that community, and we're very happy that our 2 adult daughters now make their homes in that community as well. I wanted to say thank you to Councillor Mary Margaret McMahon for her support for this shelter. A couple of weeks ago, I read a piece that she wrote in the Beach Metro News, and I was struck by the parallel that she drew in that article between the work that is being done in this shelter and the work that I and members of my church are doing to sponsor a refugee family from Syria. So as we, in my church, work to welcome that refugee family, we have learned how difficult it is for people who do not have any resources to find temporary accommodation, temporary housing where they can begin to stabilize their lives. We are very proud of the work that we do collectively in this city to ensure that people in our community who have nowhere to live can find temporary shelter and begin to get their lives back on track. I fully expect that this committee meeting here today will approve the development of this shelter because we are a caring and a compassionate community. I'm concerned, though, that in approving this shelter, we don't impose conditions on these new neighbors that are more onerous than the conditions that we would impose on other neighbors, which will make these new neighbors feel unwelcome. As the Ontario Human Rights Commission, in their policy on human rights and rental housing, says, we do not have the right to choose our neighbors. So a good understanding of the role of neighbors is important to the discussion here today. As neighbors, we don't say, I don't want men living here, but I wouldn't mind women. We don't tell our neighbors to put up a fence. We don't stop them from sitting on their front porch so that we don't have to look at them. We don't tell our neighbors what color to paint their house. We don't inspect their house to determine whether the bedroom is big enough. And we don't expect new neighbors to solve problems that we have lived with in our community for many years. What do good neighbors do? We work together to make our neighborhood as good as it can be. We expect each other to follow the laws and the bylaws that govern us all. Property standards, noise bylaws, pets, and so on. And we talk to each other to sort out minor irritants before they become big issues. Some of us become friends, but most of us just respect each other's privacy. As you deliberate today on the approval of this shelter, I ask you to remember that the Salvation Army is accountable to the City of Toronto and to all of us in the city not just to the people who are immediately adjacent to the property. And that accountability is met through an agreement with the City of Toronto, which requires the shelter to meet standards that are approved by the City of Toronto. So let's welcome the occupants of the shelter as neighbors with a smile and not with a list of conditions that make them feel unwelcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you very much for coming in. Karen Court. Karen Court. Selena Dara. Thank you for coming in. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, thank you. My name is Selena Dara, and I'm here as one of the neighbors on Brick Court, which is adjacent to the proposed property. Quoting one of your councillors, opening new shelters in any community is never easy, and it is rare that a neighborhood welcomes a shelter with open arms. However, the residents of Leslieville do understand the needs of a very vulnerable homeless population in Toronto and welcome a shelter. What we are concerned about is the location of this proposed shelter. As per your municipal shelter bylaws, the location of a shelter has to meet 3 main points. It has to be 250 meters away from another shelter, it has to be on an arterial road, and City Council has to approve it. Of the 3 points, defining the proposed site at 29 Leslie Street as an arterial road can be challenged. The City of Toronto's own definition of even a minor arterial road requires that there should be 8,000 to 20,000 vehicles a day and 1,500 to 5,000 bus passengers per day, in addition to some other issues such as property access control, main intersections controlled by traffic signals, etc. If you look at the 2014 TDC data, which is widely available on their website, the northbound and southbound Jones bus, which is the only route along this part of Leslie, has 2,600 customers each weekday, 1,500 each Saturday, and only 1,200 each Sunday, for an average of 2,242 a day. An arterial road definition requires a minimum of 1,500 bus passengers a day, so it just makes it. However, it should be noted that the Jones bus is usually empty south of Queen all the way down to Commissioner, where it turns back around again to come back up northbound. And this is the stretch where the proposed location will be. Also, from the 2010 TTC report on traffic flow in the area, the minimum requirement of 8,000 vehicles per day for a minor arterial road is not met. In fact, the data indicates a total of 3,116 vehicles per day counted in both directions. This report was actually well done in advance of the many closures that happened in the area due to TTC construction. These closures were over 3 years, and drivers have obviously found alternate routes now as well. So if you did the count today, you'll probably find that number significantly lower. So based on the city's own definitions, the proposed site is in violation, and approving the site will open this council up to many questions about why there even needs to be conditions for a shelter when it can be arbitrarily placed anywhere in the GTA. This is a concern for all the citizens of Toronto who live on any street where there are cars and bus passengers, no matter what the volumes are. I ask this council to please strongly consider this fact. Aside from the shelter bylaw, it is also important to consider the actual location of the proposed site at 29 Leslie. It is on the same block as a beer store, just across the street from a beer tavern, and steps north from a large grocery store that can now sell beer and also has a wine store inside it. There are 4 laneways leading to homes and also a secluded parkette just east of the site where people actually right now do sit and smoke and drink beer from the beer store at all hours of the day and night. Our kids do not go there to play despite our homes having no front or backyards. This question was asked earlier by one of the councillors. Even some of the neighborhood pet owners are reluctant to go there, and if we do go there, we stay on the west side of the parkette. We as residents in the area have asked for safety audits and recommendations for safety improvements and also from the Toronto Police Services Division 55 to regularly patrol. As a small community, we did do a walk around on Monday with the councillor and with 55 Division, and there were some recommendations made from that walkabout. I do want to emphasize that I am not stereotyping. I am a healthcare professional, as some of the members who have spoken to you before have stated. I'm a healthcare professional, and I've worked in an inner city health hospital, and I worked also with a psychiatrist in a large men's shelter about 10 years ago, which had a wet program. And I can tell you that vices then are still vices now. The proposed site is located right next to a dense residential area. You also have to consider smoking outdoors. The Salvation Army wants a smoking compound north of the building, which is then right next to the homes across a small laneway. If they do not have permission to build it there, they then want a rooftop patio for a smoking area, which I would argue would still have to meet the requirements of being more than smoking not allowed within 9 meters of an entrance or exit, as per City of Toronto bylaws, and away from the north side of the building to protect their residents and their children from the 24 hours of secondhand smoke. Of note, the home next to the proposed site is already within 9 meters of an entrance or exit of the proposed site. City Council has a very difficult task of balancing the needs of very vulnerable citizens with the needs of hardworking, tax-paying citizens with young families. I'm asking this council to please consider the city definition of a shelter,
If you could wrap up, we're at 5.5
consider the
minutes. Thank you.
location and the neighbors too. It is also politically correct to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mihevc?
Thank you. Just your first argument that it shouldn't be here because it is on a minor arterial road, but the minor arterial road, tell me if this is your argument, but the minor arterial road doesn't have the volumes to justify itself being a minor arterial road, therefore it's not a minor arterial road, therefore it's not justified.
Correct. This stretch of Leslie does not meet the requirement for minor arterial road as by the road classification system. Correct.
So it should be reclassified a residential road.
Probably a collector or smaller. It's a smaller, whatever is less than a minor arterial road.
Well, that would be a residential road. Minor arterial and collector is basically, I think, the same classification.
It's local, collector, minor arterial, major arterial, or expressway.
You are aware that these are classifications that actually also then define where we put extra energy around public transit, where we put
Absolutely.
extra energy
I do
around
realize
snow
that.
clearing, or street sweeping.
Yes.
You get a lot of extra services if you're on an
Yes,
arterial.
I do realize that. But I'm just saying factually, if with all this information, based on the definition and based on the data, the two do not meet.
And your argument is because of the number of vehicles?
The number of vehicles, correct.
Okay.
If you want this area to be a high-traffic area, which according to the past location of this particular shelter, it was on a high-traffic area. This is not a high-traffic area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from committee members? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rodrigo? Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Hi there. Thanks very much for including me. I only submitted my request at 4 p.m. or 4:12 p.m. actually yesterday, so it's great that it went through. I'm going to try and be significantly less than 5 minutes. Before I start, I just want to say 55 Division has been excellent in the last 10 years in cleaning up the park, and I'd like to go on record and say that I think they've done a great job. I'm thinking this new configuration, if it goes through, is going to significantly increase their workload, and I guess they're up to it. I just want to quickly summarize some of the points that were made. There's 5 laneways that surround our townhouses. I live at Brick Court, and some of them are well lit and some are not. And we haven't really got any kind of commitment from the city or the Salvation Army, what they're going to do to make those laneways more safe and secure. I've not heard that there's any funding for the lights. There's a particular concern which no one's mentioned yet. There's a wooded area next to the park. You can drive a car into it. Right now, homeless folks take in shopping carts, they take in mattresses. It's not even fenced. it's kind of a real concern. They have open fires in there sometimes. You can see drug use going on. So, I asked the question, can we put a fence there? There was no real answer. We'll think about it. So I'm thinking, with the beer store, a park, 5 laneways, a Loblaws that's selling beer, a rooming house above the Duke Tavern where there was a fatal shooting 2 years ago. To me, that's 5 elements, and now a homeless shelter. I'm thinking that's, to me, in my mind, as a homeowner, it might be a perfect storm of undesirable elements. So given that, what are we going to do to address some of the concerns, like practical elements, not just saying that homeowner's got to build his own fence, or you guys got to stick up more lighting or more cameras. What can the city or Salvation Army do to mitigate some of these concerns? And they're genuine concerns. We have nothing against homeless. Just this December, I helped put 100 bags of homeless items. I donated 4 boxes and a suitcase full of toiletries, and we donated them randomly to homeless people. It's on Facebook. I'm in a fraternal organization where every year, along with the police and the firefighters, we do canned drives, we do toys for children. And so like I said to the Salvation Army director I met on the 16th, I am of the same mindset. We need to do something about homeless. If you're going to put a shelter in a neighborhood, what do you do to mitigate some of the concerns, the genuine concerns of neighbors? I don't have children, but I've had my garage broken into, I had my mountain bike stolen, my car broken into, and the officers of 55 are taxed right now. If we don't clean up that the configuration as it is, or look for another location, I don't think they are going to be able to cope with the level of activity that's going to explode. And so one of my questions was, what is the benchmark for what's acceptable as criminal activity? And we know there's going to be an uptick, but do we even have any stats, or does anyone know what's acceptable? Or should there be a benchmark? Are there other homeless shelters where they monitor this? So anyway, I'm going to close off and say thanks for allowing me to speak today.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Mahevik?
It's just on working backwards a little bit on your last point. Why would you assume that there'll be an uptick in criminal activity in the community?
Okay.
I'll give you a counter thesis. Why not the other way of thinking about it, that there'll actually be a downward trend in it? Why? Because the homeless folks that are now in the parks and in the underpasses of the expressways and highways and byways of the area, who basically aren't fed, who have no supports whatsoever, now will have a place to go where they'll have some supports. That to me says the trend is going to go down. It's not going to go up because you're providing basic services.
You know what, that's a fair comment. So I'm going to try and tell you why I think there's still a concern. So I agree. There, in some areas where they don't have a place and they're forced to look for food or shelter, they may not be doing those activities. So I would agree it would probably logically decrease. The only thing, the reason why I have that concern is because in talking to Salvation Army and some of the shelter people and the police, I said, is it possible to vet who comes into the shelter, their backgrounds? And I understood the answer. They said, no, practically it's not, because some of these are emergency. And I said, no fixed address, no papers, right? So I think part of the issue is you cannot practically even vet who comes in. And that's just a condition of shelters and homelessness. So given that, one of the stats I heard was 25 to 30% of these folks are from broken families, or between jobs, or between actual housing. And so I think that's, that's easy to understand that those are not concerns. But what about the 70%? And a lot of them have alcohol and drug abuse problems. And that's, knowing what the kind of person that smashes your car window to see if there's anything in the glove box, or grab your CDs or something from your middle compartment, they are someone who's a drug user, and the police can tell you that. And so those are the ones, and I'm saying if anyone says there's no drug abuse or alcoholism in the shelter, I'd say, what percentage are you talking about? That's the concern, those folks that, have those tendencies or...
Would you not agree it's a better world to have them fed and in a regular place to sleep, and to just have them sleeping in parks and by highways.
Oh, yeah, like I said, I'm not against shelters.
It's an up. It's a gain.
Well, it's a gain, yes.
In terms of community safety, never mind the guys or the men and the women who would be attracted to any shelter. I'm talking generally here. But for the people in the surrounding community, it seems by providing those, it seems to me self-evident, and maybe I'm not seeing something here.
No, I agree. Shelters, I'm not saying shelters are bad. In fact, I have that mindset of charity and doing work for folks. I just think you cannot just sacrifice the residents' safety and concerns, and there has been very little to none. And you guys got to admit, there's been no, 1 week before that town hall or whatever, cocktail party, whatever people are describing it as, we had 1 week to, just say, we're going to show up. I mean, and that is a very challenged area. So I just think, in my comment, it's a perfect storm of 5 to 6 contiguous neighborhood configurations that poses a challenge, and yet there's no plans to how to deal or mitigate it. And I agree 100% with you. Overall, probably net, taking people off the streets and having a little bit of petty crime and inconvenience is a positive thing to Toronto and society. And I would say, yeah, I agree with that. I'm saying, what about the residents? Like, to me, it just doesn't seem there's any concern or mitigation or steps to address our concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Burnside?
Yeah, just a couple quick questions. And you as well have sort of raised some issues I think need to be addressed. But my question is, how far is the Duke?
It's right across Leslie Street. So Brick Court is a parallel street to Leslie. So guessing, I'd say it's across the street, probably like within 100, 125 feet.
Is it near Lang?
Sorry?
Is it near Lang?
It's not in my lane, it's on the west side.
Lang.
Oh, Lang, that's on the east side of.
This is going west,
This
right?
is on the west side, adjacent.
On the other side of that smokehouse that's going in?
Yeah, well, the Duke, to be exact, is on the southwest corner of Queen and Leslie.
So that's where there's a smokehouse or something going in there. I drove by there last night.
There's some kind of restaurant going in the bottom,
Okay,
so.
okay,
But the establishment, yeah.
Okay, so that's the question. I thought that's where it was. So then my only other question is it your belief that this shelter will attract people from out of the area, or like build it and they will come concept, or is it more that it's going to serve the community, the people that are already there but are living in the park and other places that you mentioned?
I mean, and that's a great question. I think there are homeless people in Leslieville. You just don't happen to see them. So Jimmy Simpson Park is an area where I think some of them are around the Don Valley. I think there's probably homeless people we don't know. I'm not sure that it would attract people from outside. There may be a fair amount that are in there. I'm sure some from the old Hope Shelter from downtown will be drawn there because they know it's opening.
Okay.
It's not so much of where they come from, and it would be a fallacy to deny there's any homeless in Leslieville. The question is how many, but it's not really that. It's, how does the current infrastructure, the configuration of the neighborhood, it's not set up to handle the shelter, and what mitigation really is there to deal with what happens,
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other questions? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Gus Sandusky? Thank you for coming down. You have 5 minutes.
I'll try to be very brief. I live at 19 Agnes Lane. I'm a homeowner. I'm about a 3-minute walk from the site. I recognize the people in my neighborhood, many of them probably who will be using the shelter. There are many people who wander around collecting bottles from our recycling bins. My experience with those people is that they're very respectful, they're quiet, they try not to bother people. I've had experience with the home shelter, but many years ago. I was involved with nonprofit housing and group homes back in the 80s. And the Salvation Army, my experience with the Salvation Army Hope Shelter at that time was, frankly, it was the best run shelter in the city. If we had overflow, I would always direct people to the Hope Shelter if they had space. The question was asked, how do we divide, how do we repair a divided community? 114 Dean Road was a very divisive issue. It was a group home in High Park and was the crucial battle in getting as-right zoning for group homes and for shelters and so on. 1 year after 114 Indian Road was introduced and operating, I conducted a survey on Roncesvalles, and the vast majority of people were supportive. The way to heal a community is simply to operate the facility and operate it well. People recognize that it's not a problem and it is helping people. Yet I think I see here many people who object for a variety of reasons. You know, it's always planning issues. It's never we don't want those people in our neighborhood. But I hear a sincerity in this group of people where they really recognize the value of shelters. I think if their experience with the shelter when it's operating is positive, I don't think there'll be a problem with division. I guess that's it for me.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Mahavik?
You made an interesting comment. You said the way to heal a community is to operate it well. Could you expand on that? Say, knowing now we don't have, there is nothing there now, but there will be, or there might be.
The Salvation Army, I did one project with the Salvation Army. It was also very controversial, called Exodus Link in the North Parkdale area. We were dealing with people coming out of federal institutions, and it was hotly opposed by many people in the neighborhood, the High Park neighborhood especially. And some of those people never gave up. They constantly complained and lobbied to have us closed. I have to give Kelleher a lot of credit. He stood up to a lot of opposition. He was the corrections minister at Brian Mulrooney's time. The bulk of the community, however, were very accepting over a period of time. And this is federal corrections people. These are people coming out of not 2 years less a day. The bulk of the community was very supportive. Eventually, we were closed because of political reasons. But the acceptance of the community really was wonderful to see over a period of time as we operated. And that was a facility when we first opened. I had death threats. I had to go to some meetings with a police officer, plainclothes police officer. It was so bad.
So is the magic for community acceptability really that piece that you said to operate it well? Is that a challenge to the operator to?
It is, absolutely. And I think the Sally Ann has a very good track record. My experience with the Sally Ann is they're very businesslike. They know what they're doing. They don't fool around with strange ideas at all. They have experience that they transfer from one place to another. I'm sure this facility will operate very well and will not be a problem in the community. And I live, as I say, 3 minutes from it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mahavik. Any other questions from committee members? Visiting councillors? Great. Thank you very much, Judge, for coming down. Chris Solway? And then there's one more deputant after that.
Great. Thank you very much to the committee for offering this opportunity. I speak as a resident of Leslieville. I've been living there for about 15 years. My feeling, despite some of the early media attention, I don't feel that the community is necessarily enthusiastic about this. My judgment from the neighbors I talked to, I would say about 50% are cautiously neutral or okay, and 50% are against. But I don't think it's reflective of a neighborhood being against shelters. Obviously, there's a Red Door Shelter, the Edwin, we have a community health center that targets vulnerable populations, and all of those are welcomed and are well received in the neighborhood. I think I used to teach and go to school close to the old shelter, and I know the fear or the problem of making generalizations around all people who use shelter. In brief conversations, you'd meet very pleasurable people who use those shelters, and obviously you could tell they were kind people that are going through harder times. But at the same time, we do know that there were probably a very small minority that did cause problems. At that location, I know some of the problems was people who were using alcohol or drugs, weren't able to access the shelter, and then were left they just collected around the area. And we had, I know very much, we had female students who did express, I think, real concerns about some of the things that they were exposed to close to that area. My ideal wish would be, I'm very open, I recognize that we have to have shelters, and I want shelters, is the size. I feel that 80 really changes kind of a micro neighborhood. That's a large number. If you want to spread shelters out from the downtown, I would love to see like 30 or 40 in Corktown, 30 or 40 beds in Lakeshore, and then 30 or 40 beds in the beaches. So I'd love to see more beds. It's that size of 80, I feel really begins to change definitely that micro neighborhood and eventually the neighborhood. If it does go through in this format, the other thing that I feel would be very welcome is some kind of structure and mechanism to make sure that there is this, and I think it's been some of the themes that have come up, that there is a strong feedback loop between the neighborhood and the user. And I really like that idea of actually having people who are using or recent users of the resident system in there as well, to have a mechanism where, I agree there may be some unreasonable concerns, but where reasonable concerns can be brought and there's a mechanism for them to be effectively identified and dealt with. And I think if we're trying to establish trust within the neighborhood to welcome a shelter into the area, that people have to trust that mechanism has an escalation and will be dealt with. It's not just something that's taken as, there has to be some mandate to it that gives it that resolution. I'm hearing great things, and I know of the reputation of the Salvation Army, that they are a great provider. So my feeling is I'd love to see something smaller units, more beds, but smaller units. And if it does go forward, I think the strength of a really good community support board, or it's not a board, but a group to help with that. And I'd be the person who was a recent user. I'd love to sit with him on that type of board and provide that type of support from our community. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Questions for the deputant? No?
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for coming in. April Cook is our last speaker.
Hi there. Thank you for
Yeah,
letting me
thanks for
speak
coming
last
in.
minute. This is okay? Okay. So I live in Leslieville. I've been living there for about 9 years. I work with a local realtor right now, so we've been dealing a lot with people's concerns about staying in Leslieville. I think a lot of people are afraid right now. They don't have all the information, so there's just a lot of fear going on. I've lived in Leslieville for 9 years. I owned and ran a cafe that worked predominantly with new parents and their kids, so I know a lot of people in Leslieville, and I've worked a lot with the mums. So I myself am a single mother, and in the very beginning, for the first few years, I was out all the time with my daughter, and I know that there is a great homeless percentage in Leslieville, and there was never any problem. I moved out of Leslieville to Ontario Street for a couple years, and I was surrounded by 2 or 3, I guess, men's shelter, and we experienced a lot of issues with just walking the streets with my daughters. We got accosted quite a few times by men who were just kind of outside of the shelters, and it was just kind of like a different feel. We ended up moving back to Leslieville, and I guess one concern is just how much of a zero tolerance, I guess, there is with the shelters just in the surrounding area of the shelter. I think that there just needs to be a lot of maybe transparency and communication with the mothers predominantly feeling safe walking back and forth. I know that, during the day they're by themselves, so a lot of times a trip to the Loblaws is their major thing to do, and if they feel like they can't walk back and forth without experiencing any problems, that might be a concern. So I guess it's just really like how it's going to be handled with people like loitering outside of the unit, and just the overall safety, like how safe people will feel having a men's shelter home with 80 men concentrated in one area. I'm all for the shelter, and I just think that we need to have like a lot of communication, and everybody just needs to feel like they're safe. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much.
Okay, that concludes deputations, and now we'll go to questions to staff. Questions to staff? Councillor Mahavik?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. The questions that I've picked up from the residents are as follows. One is the environmental state of the land, and will this require a cleanup, or how are we dealing with that?
Through the chair, Councillor, the shelter, the move of the Hope Shelter into that building does not require or is not going to involve any demolition or construction. There's a renovation inside, so there's no land being disturbed. As a normal part of the process of purchase and sale, there is a set of environmental assessments that are done, and those are conditions that my understanding is that the Salvation Army has incorporated into its offer of purchase, and that have to be satisfied in order to close the deal.
So it will be a safe site for residents and employees alike? It has to be.
The building is surrounded, as you heard, by houses. There are people living.
All of which have been cleaned up, though. I think they did scoop and.
Yes, it is a safe site, and even through our own shelter standards, it has to be a safe environment.
The size of this shelter, someone mentioned that questioning whether it was not indeed too large a shelter. What's best practices? Like, in your mind, what is the ideal size of a shelter, or what's the range? And does this fall outside the range?
It falls within the range. So we've actually done a lot of looking for best practices in the context of the replacement of the Seton House capacity, where there are currently 600 men living in one location. And the best practices that we've identified are somewhere between the 80 and 120, so around about 100. Different environments for different folks are obviously always going to be relevant, but in the case of an emergency shelter, 80 is, from our perspective, a very good, very manageable size. The previous Hope shelter, I believe, was 124 and functioned very well. So we have every confidence that there won't be any problems with the size.
Right. Okay. I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Councillor Burnside? Oh, I'm sorry. I do apologize. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. Don't try and jump the queue, Councillor Burnside. So through you, Mr. Chair, to Shelter and Support Services, can you walk us through the process of finding a location for a shelter and the approval process for that?
Well, let me start with the approval process. Back in 2003, Council adopted the Municipal Shelter Bylaw. And according to the Municipal Shelter Bylaw, and you heard this from some of the deputants today, a shelter is a permitted use in any zone in the city, provided that if there's any construction or additions, they meet all applicable standards and permitting requirements and so on, that it's on a major or minor arterial road. There's actually a schedule in the bylaw that lists all of those roads. I can tell you that that stretch of Leslie, Queen, Eastern, and Lakeshore are all on the list. That the facility is at least 250 meters away from a similar facility, and that council approves the location. And the reason for the bylaw it was that it is invariably a very, very difficult process to go through to approve a shelter. And there was a recognition at that time by council that the fairest way to ensure that shelters were developed at all was through this bylaw. And there was a very lengthy process. There was an OMB appeal. The city bylaw was upheld, and that's got us to where we are today.
Thank you. And with reference to one of the deputants mentioning about the flyer delivery, and I understand there were problems, and I apologize on our behalf, but can you just walk us through what happened with the flyer delivery?
Yeah. My understanding is that we contracted with a distribution company to distribute the notice for the meeting to all businesses and residents within 250 meters of the 29 Leslie. There was problem accessing a particular condo development, and so the leaflets were not delivered there. You heard, I don't know if it was the person who spoke to us, but I had heard that somebody in the development took it upon themselves to reproduce the flyer. The community liaison person who's been working with Salvation Army also offered to hand deliver the flyers. I believe that there has been, or there is going to be, another meeting specifically with the residents of that condo. More generally, I just want to make the point, because there were a few comments, and we hear these whenever we're looking at a new shelter about the process. From our perspective, the community engagement is what's really important, is what's going to happen between now and about 8 months' time, when we expect this facility to open. There has to be really, really close working between the shelter, the city, the residents, to make sure that all of the concerns we've heard today and our own interests are very well accommodated. So the process is really, it's starting now. The meeting is not the community engagement. It is for information.
Thank you.
Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Well, actually, a few questions. Why does it have to be an arterial or minor arterial? Just out of neighborhoods?
I think it has to do with access to the shelter.
Okay, thanks. And was it transit? Yeah. Okay. In terms of, there was a question about what happens if someone's turned away from shelter for intoxication.
Yes. So in November, I think, City Council adopted updated shelter standards, and there is a section in the shelter standards about harm reduction, and that section is designed to ensure that if anybody arrives at a shelter and is deemed for any reason whatsoever not to be able to stay in that shelter, it might be because the shelter's full, it might be because the behavior they're exhibiting or whatever, they don't get thrown out on the street. That there is a process that's gone through to find them suitable alternative accommodation. And we actually expect that if that's going to take a few hours, that there is somewhere in the shelter where the person can actually go and lie down and cool off. So we have quite strict standards that we expect the providers to abide by, and as I said, the objective, there are many objectives, but an objective is that people aren't turned away and onto the street, that there is suitable accommodation found for them, which may not be in that particular location.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question has to do with, a gentleman brought up the laneways and about a fence. I don't know where that gentleman is, but I know that I used to have a business on Lang Street, and I know that Little Parkette is very secluded, and I think the townhouses, you just walk out of your door right into the laneway or driveway. So what consideration is there, or what plans are in place to address some of these issues?
So I understand there are some motions that are going to be moved that are going to address those, and what I will say, and I think it's consistent with the motions, that there is an expectation or requirement that there'll be a community liaison committee that'll be set up that'll include broad representation and will work to provide advice and input on precisely these sorts of things. It's our objective as a service system manager that this shelter work. It work for the men who are going to rely on it for temporary accommodation, and it works for the neighbors as well. It's not an intrusion, it's not a disruption, so the Community Liaison Committee will play a huge role in that, and Salvation Army is aware of these. We will be approving the business plan, if you will, and not if you will, we will be approving a business plan, and these sorts of considerations obviously we're going to be looking for in the business plan.
But it is common practice to add lighting or make modifications where we can?
It's outside of my jurisdiction to deal with things like that, but it is in our interest that the shelter work, and to the extent that the lighting in laneways, safety of neighbors and the residents in and around the shelter, that is our interest to ensure happens. So it's probably not my department that fixes those. The city has a lot of resources to bring to bear.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. Any other questions for staff? Go to speakers. Councillor McMahon.
Sure, and I have a motion that I'm moving that's been circulated in advance. Deals with lighting, safety audit, investment in the park, I believe Forever Park, the establishment of a community liaison committee, and whatnot, and you have advanced circulation to read that. Thank you to everyone who came out today in support of Hope Shelter and with concerns of Hope Shelter. It's regardless of your position, it shows you care about your community and your willingness to work together, and I really appreciate you taking the time. I would also like to thank Councillor Fletcher for her help on this project, and I wish her best of luck in her recovery. I know she did wish to be here today. Shelters are never universally popular, and some are met with more opposition than others. Unfortunately, we need homeless shelters. And since we lost the Hope Shelter downtown, the city has had fewer beds than people who need them. So shelters are not popular, but they are needed. This places any politician in a difficult position. We must balance the demands and desires of those we represent with the safety of the most vulnerable people in our city. I have never been afraid to stand up for what I believe in: toll roads, term limits, a 6-story condo in the beach, and in this case, a homeless men's shelter. Some residents have been upset with me for my frankness, but I truly believe honesty is the best policy. I do understand the confusion among local residents, however. They are used to being consulted on many things: park improvements, laneway namings, development applications, etc. But shelters follow a different process, and I feel the city and councillors need to do a better job explaining that. This is an issue that I will be working on in the future because communication is key and residents need to know how and when they can contribute to the success of a shelter. The stigma and prejudice directed towards homeless people, particularly homeless men, is rooted in fear. Fear that is based on many unfortunate stereotypes. We need to remember that criminals, alcoholics, sex offenders, and thieves come in all shapes and sizes, come from all walks of life, come from all income brackets, and live in all types of accommodation. Being homeless does not mean you lack a moral compass. Every day, and today especially, being Bell Let's Talk campaign to fight the stigma of mental health and mental illness, we need to make a strong effort to ensure people get the help they need in tough situations. I actually live a few blocks away from a homeless men's shelter. I walk by it regularly, and my children walk by it on the way to the subway and the gym. The shelter was not there when I moved into the area, but it has transitioned in and is considered part of the community. It can work. Finally, I want to speak about the location of the shelter. While nearly everyone in Toronto understands the need for shelters, when they are located close to their home, they're a little less enthusiastic. But collectively, we have decided that the need for shelter space is so great that we will allow them almost everywhere in the city. If it's on an arterial road and 250 meters away from another shelter, we are thrilled to have it, because people are literally dying in the streets. And if a group like the Salvation Army is prepared to house 80 homeless men, then we have a moral obligation to allow them to do so. So I understand that there are some concerns from local residents, and I'm happy to address them, which our motion does. We will invest in lighting in the area. We will work to improve the park, form a Friends of Maple Leaf Park group. We will deal with the vacant derelict properties that have been abandoned for a long time. We will also work with all of you to help make this shelter a success for the men who will use it and you and your neighborhood. Thank you to staff for all your incredible work, your hard work on this, especially to Officer John Morris of 55 Division, who has endlessly reached out to the community on his bike, walking on foot, on the social media. He's been there. To Gord, Philip, and the amazing Emily from Shelter Support and Housing, and of course to Salvation Army's Bradley and Joy, who did a tremendous job communicating with residents and explaining the value of the shelter. This issue will not end today, nor when it is endorsed at City Council. We will all, city staff, Salvation Army, residents, businesses, Councillor Fletcher, and myself, continue to work to ensure that the New Hope shelter is a success. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm going to take carriage of Councillor McMahon's motion, and in order for it to be on the table before amendments can be moved, I'm going to table it and speak. So I think everyone's received advanced circulation, and I just wanted to thank very much the two councillors whose wards either host or are very near to this proposed shelter. Councillor Fletcher, Councillor McMahon, they've worked together to put together what is before us, a very responsible response to their local communities. And I'd also like to thank many members of their respective communities who have come out today and spoken to us, many in a thoughtful, articulate way, with a good grasp of the challenges and debate that takes place when a shelter goes into a neighborhood. And I think it's safe to say that communities are often judged on how they respond to the people who are homeless and people who are unfortunate. And I think Leslieville has proven itself through its political leadership and through its community leadership to be a most responsible host community. Out of the Cold is a big program in my ward. I've managed to attend many of their annual events during the wintertime. And the homeless are not always what they're sort of typified to be. Many who have had terrible incidents in their lives. They were business owners, they were lawyers, doctors, teachers who have had a grave mental illness or substance abuse misfortune and lost it all. And that, in a way, drives home the point that we can create thousands of beds, but when it comes to actually implementing a policy, we must address mental wellness and substance abuse in order to be true urban leaders. And that's something that we've been trying to work through on this committee. So once again, I just want to commend city staff and the residents of the community and their two councillors who have worked so hard on this. And I think, and of course, the Salvation Army, who I met with yesterday. I think this is going to be a responsible and caring initiative where the respect for the local community will be adhered to, and the people who are homeless will be cared for. Councillor Mahavik.
Thank you very much. I have some amendments that Councillor Fletcher, who is not able to be here because of an accident related to skating. She skates too much, and so she's in bed basically healing at this moment. So she's been working with Councillor McMahon and has asked that we support a number of motions that add to Councillor McMahon's motion. So they are there, and I don't know if staff wants to go just through it first so that people can see it, but it strengthens basically Councillor McMahon's motion. So just a few comments. First, just my compliments to Councillor McMahon and Councillor Fletcher for working on this issue. It is always a hard issue when there is a tough both support and antipathy towards a shelter going into any community, and I think they've done a very good job in managing this process. Thanks to Sally Ann as well, Salvation Army. You know, many of the shelters in Toronto are run by faith communities. I think sometimes I think they're the only ones crazy enough with the long-term vision and a sense of hope, good name for the shelter, to say, we are going to take this on. I don't know why you do it. I think I know why you do it, and it's very good reasons why you do it, but our hats have to go off to you for having the courage and fortitude to face some of the things you do and to do it day in, day out. And Sally Ann's been doing this not for 1 year, not for 5 years, not for 10 years, but really generation after generation. Toronto is a better city because of the work and support that you give our vulnerable communities. I've had the benefit, and to the folks here, thanks for all your comments. This has been it's been a very good conversation. Some pro, some anti, some pro if, some pro, some against, but. So I think it's been good and respectful, and I think that's what the City Hall should be. At the end of the day, I'm going to be supporting this. Frankly, I will bet dollars to donuts that council will support it. In all my days at City Hall, whenever staff have come forward with a proposal, I've never seen one fail. Never seen one fail. And that's because we have a very large homelessness issue in the City of Toronto. Something like 5,500 beds a night is what is required, and over a year there's something like 30,000 people that are in and out of our shelters. We need to address it. We can't be a good city if we don't address that issue. It is my experience, having been on this committee, that people are supportive of homeless people generally, but they have trouble sometimes when it's specific to a neighborhood. I've never seen an application come forward or a proposal come forward where someone hasn't said, I support homeless initiatives, but not this one here. And I think we have to look at that as individuals and frankly, as a society. You are only supportive of homeless struggles if you are willing to say, they are my neighbor, which means they can live in the immediate vicinity in which I live. I happen to live near a drop-in center, and you know, we raised 2 daughters and a son there, from the daughters anyway, from 0 to 20. And not only was it, it wasn't bad, it was actually, I think, a value add. They learned how to live in a city. They learned how to say, you know, it's not just about you, it's about the guy who's at the corner of Christie and St. Clair in my case, and we have an obligation to that person. And we have an obligation, not just once a year, but, you know, saying hi to them, making sure that they feel part of the community, integrating their struggles into our community life. I think that's the challenge that we all have. I think another pattern that I've noticed is that it's always hard to put in a shelter, and I appreciate one person saying that really the success of this shelter will be a function of how the operators function. So I think in 1 year, 2 year, you'll find that the local community will say, hey, let's do a fundraiser for it. Let's bring over some treats for the folks who are at the shelter. Let's find a way to do some value add in terms of programming or outreach or finding a job or finding permanent housing for some of the folks there. That's been the typical pattern in shelters, frankly, around the city. So I think this is gonna, I hope it goes through. I'm pretty sure it will go through here at committee and at council. My last point, I think where things will start to turn a corner, and I really appreciate the motions that have been moved by the councillors on both sides, is around this liaison committee. That's going to be your opportunity to really get into the meat and potatoes, or into the bones of this issue. You will meet the operators, you will meet folks who are residents, you will find a way basically to build your community in a very good way. The best shelters that go in find that they're not only working on the shelter, but they work on the lighting, they work on the state of the park, they work on all cleanliness of the laneways, cleanliness of the street. A lot of things can happen through this process, and I think your councillors are actually playing this very smart. The way Councillor Cole played it very smart when it went into his ward. He says, okay, we'll take the shelter, but we need this, and this fixed. So identify those things that need to be fixed, and I think you'll have a good shot at using this opportunity to get those things that you've wanted for a long time fixed in your community. So this is good, and I think you will be a better community, and we're going to be a better city if this goes forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mihevc. Any other speakers? Councillor Cole?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I went to that same daycare that your kids went to, so I turned out okay, maybe. You know, I don't think we should diminish how difficult this process is, and I say that obviously as a councillor who just went through it, and happened to be a local resident too in that instance. But it's difficult for a lot of people. You know, it's difficult for someone who's concerned about it, and whether that's based on fear or misinformation, to have to come here and be labeled as the NIMBY, or the person who's not as, you know, open-hearted or has the vision as others might in their community. And so it's difficult for those people. I think it's difficult for a local councillor and a local representative to navigate these waters. And I think it's difficult for the new neighbors who are going to be moving into a neighborhood, who probably do so with trepidation when they read and hear what the debate has been before their arrival. I do think, though, recognizing all those difficulties, that we as a city can and should do a better job. I've not been at this as long as maybe Councillor Mihevc and has watched a lot of these relocations or shelter moves, but in the few I've seen, it sounds very similar every time. I hear people who are upset with process, where the consultation wasn't rigorous enough. And I think that's a product of two things. I think we, in one part, are scared to go out and have this conversation because of the reaction. And so maybe there's even though we don't know we're doing it as a city, that we reluctantly engage in it, and so maybe we don't engage as a robust way as we could and should. I also think part of it is that we're maybe not being completely honest with residents about this process. And maybe it's information that is all that we can provide, and it's not consultation, because as Councillor Mihevc said, every single relocation has been approved by council. And so I think we have to look at the process. I think one deputant even spoke to what might seem like minor things, but even the way we conduct a meeting, I think totally can taint or color how residents respond to these new neighbors moving into their neighborhood. Even the way our notices go out. And again, they might seem trite compared to the big picture items, but I'm not sure why we repeat the same mistakes and inevitably put everything on a bad footing. If our end goal is for us to want these shelters to succeed, then I don't know why we would invest so little time into the way we inform people and welcome new neighbors into a part of the city. I also think that we have to look at the rules or the requirements for a shelter's location. And I almost felt bad for one deputant speaking about the arterial versus minor arterial, because I think if we're again honest, the only criteria is finding a building that's zoned. And there's a real estate transaction that makes sense for the provider in the city. I don't think there are any other criteria. We should have a debate as whether there should be. And I think that debate should be informed and focused by the fact, what will make this shelter succeed? Not focused on the negatives in the community, but are there services and supports? Well, that's a good thing. That would be a good location. And again, to sound a bit like a broken record, when this comes up again, and I thank the chair for giving me a little extra time here, we know there's going to be relocations. We're going to have this exact same meeting at this committee before the midterm of this term, I'm sure of it. Just based on Toronto real estate prices alone and shelters being forced out and the need for shelters going up. We're going to have this conversation again and again and again, and we can't keep having it the same way. So we have to change process. We have to have the honest conversation. We have to do a better job of communicating what's real or what's not about people who happen to reside in a shelter. And I just think if we don't have that honest conversation, we'll have these meetings. It'll never be perfect. It'll always be difficult for the reasons I set out. But I think we have to do a better job of anticipating and planning for it. I'm at the point now where I think, you know what? If you don't have a shelter in your ward as a city councillor, well, you're going to have one, because we're going to have one in every single ward in the city. And start now deciding on where the perfect location is. So when it comes, you can't say, we welcome a shelter in our ward, just not there. Because it's coming. And I think we need to do that and recognize that. And maybe that would start to break down some of the barriers if it was driven that way. But I'll support these motions certainly, because I think it gives the community some of the comfort they need and some of the amenities they need. But I do think we have to do this differently, and we have to change this process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Bello?
Thank you. I will be supporting the motions both from Councillor McMahon and Councillor Fletcher, and thank them on behalf of City Council for the work that they've done in working with the community through this process. It's never an easy process, absolutely. It's not, but as it was said here, it is an opportunity to do some of the community building that needs to happen in a lot of our neighborhoods. What we have to start doing, I think, a little bit before is we understand that these shelters are actually moving from neighborhoods that are very familiar with shelters and that have dealt with shelters for a long time. They're now going into in some cases, communities that need to know more about these issues, but also have the need. We have the need in some of these communities, and that's sometimes what it's not understood, as people think that, you know, homeless is only in the downtown Toronto. There's thousands of people that are considered homeless. We have our waiting list, our housing waiting list has 3,000 people every day that are considered homeless, that don't have a fixed address. Some of them, those are in shelters, some of them are not. Some of them are downtown, some of them are not. They're all across the city. So we are going to have these debates, and we're going to have these conversations with our neighborhoods, with our communities, and I think we need to do a better job of having those conversations well in advance, and also about this, and Councillor McMahon made mention of today being Let's Talk Day, to try to end some of the stigma that there is around the people that use shelters or don't. This is an opportunity for us to understand better homelessness issues, mental health issues, and to understand that the shelter is one component of our housing spectrum. And when we talk about housing, we need to talk about starting all the way from shelters to the transitional housing and public housing and housing. We need shelters in our city. Unfortunately, we'd have to deal with homeless issues. We'd have to transition people into stable homes, and this is the way that you start to deal with some of those issues. So it is important to have that dialogue and to understand that the need is not only in downtown Toronto, it is across the city, and that we're going to start having these conversations way before sometimes we even have the proper location, but saying the need is here, the need is in these neighborhoods. We need to start thinking that we're going to have to find some place to serve also what is also the residents of our city. There are neighbors, there are families, there are colleagues. These are the people we're talking about.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bell. Any other speakers? Okay. So we have two motions in front of us. One is the package of, I guess, move the amendments first?
Mr. Chair, may I recommend
We'll be voting on
package?
the-
I have a feel.
Sorry?
May I recommend just doing it as a package, and I'll ask for a recorded vote as well?
If that's the will of the committee, that's fine. Normally, we vote on the amendments first and then on the motion as amended.
I have a feeling it's going to be unanimous.
So you,
Unless John says something different. Okay, good. Okay, so package. Package and
as a package and a recorded
a
vote?
recorded vote.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, all in favor of the amendments, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Cole, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Bailao, and Councillor Mihevc. The amendments carry.
Great. Item is amended.
Recorded vote?
Recorded vote is requested.
All in favor of the item as amended, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Cole, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Bailao, and Councillor Mihevc.
Great, thank you very much. And once again, thanks to the members of the public who came down today. There's been a request to the chair to finish the agenda. Are you me? You were the one who wanted to extend. Okay. We're going to break for lunch, but we're going to resume at 1 rather than 1:30. So it's a 35-minute lunch.
So you're going to move that motion?
I will move that motion.
Vote on it?
All those in favor? It's carried.
Recess till 1 o'clock.
Recess till 1 o'clock.
Attention, could everyone please leave the room so we can secure the room and we'll reopen the doors just before 1 o'clock? Thank you. Attention, please, would members of the Community Development and Recreation Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Thank you.
Great. Welcome back, everybody. I hope everyone had a nice lunch. I understand Councillor Mihevc will be buying for the committee next time around. No? We have one more item on the agenda, and I thank members of the public for being patient. Options for 702 Kennedy Road. Just a reminder that this is options for 702 Kennedy Road and not on the, it's not on the management style of the second base youth shelter, which seemed to dominate previous deputations. The important thing here, I think, for committee members, this is, I believe this is the third time this item has come to us. So I think it's important that we deal with it today and not defer it. Again, if committee members are in agreement. So we'll go to the deputants list. Rob Lampert. Haley Shaw. Thanks, Haley, for coming. You have 5 minutes.
For having me, and I'd like to give you sort of a brief history of myself. I'm Haley, I'm 20 years old, and I'm a longtime resident of Scarborough. I've used pretty much every kind of youth resource they've had there, like drop-in centers, lived in a group home, just everything. And I've been to Second Base before, and my friends have used it, the services there. So for what it's worth, what I'm doing now is I'm currently in a program for at-risk youth. It's a media training program, and I will be getting a paid internship during the summer, and I'm going to be going to college in the fall. So the first issue I'd like to touch on is that Toronto is the most diverse country in the world, basically, and that's a point of pride for many people. And I would say out of all of Toronto, Scarborough is the most diverse community. And a community like this needs nurturing. It needs resources. It doesn't need to have like the services being taken away, which is what I'm seeing, such as Second Base Youth Shelter is being closed down, the only youth shelter in Scarborough, as well as the training and employment offices being moved downtown. And if Second Base is closed down, downtown adult shelters would be the only option for youth. And quite frankly, I think understandably, many youth aren't comfortable staying at adult shelters, as well as people in Scarborough don't usually have the privilege of knowing the downtown area. Like, I've got lost coming here, and expecting people who are in crisis, and it's expecting them to travel to an unknown area they don't really know or aren't comfortable with, it's just not something that should be done. And I just wanted to say that Second Base is really in an ideal location right now because it's close to Kennedy Station, it's close to Scarborough Centre for Alternative Studies, which is an adult high school that many of the residents there attend. It's close to people's jobs and other schools. It's close to people's friends, family, and their support networks. My own friend wouldn't have been able to escape a situation if Second Base had not been just down the street from her. It's just very important to have in the community. And, well, sorry this is kind of short, but to end off, I'd just like to say that youth are a very vulnerable population that needs to be protected. And I think we all feel safer knowing that there's options and places like Second Base to get us through the bad times. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for the deputant? Councillor Mihevc?
Maybe you're not aware, but as I understand it, and staff will we'll ask staff just to confirm it. This is about closing. This had been. It's not today. It had been about closing Second Base, but that doesn't mean the resources are going to go away. There's a request for proposals out on the street to basically reestablish exactly that service, not with the same operators, but with different operators in Scarborough.
Okay, but would it be a youth shelter just for youth, or would it be an adult shelter?
Youth shelter.
Okay.
They're nodding. Okay, so it's about the operation. It's not about, the money's not disappearing from Scarborough.
Okay. Well, I'd just like to know for sure if there's going to be a youth shelter opened in Scarborough in a place where it's accessible to everyone.
That's the goal.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Madison Cito? Thanks very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for having me. Second Base was closed on October 1st instead of October 20th, like they said, due to years of financial problems. Before I tell you about Second Base, let me tell you a bit about myself. Growing up, I wasn't easily accepted into social groups. I didn't have many friends. I spent most of my time alone, and I was a very quiet, shy girl. When I first walked into the doors of Second Base in February, I didn't know what to expect. I was terrified. It was my first time ever going to a youth shelter, let alone in Scarborough, as I was raised in Whitby for most of my life. For a few days after I arrived, I was quiet and shy. I didn't socialize with anyone until a resident had approached me and began a conversation with me. He had noticed that I was shy and he didn't want me to be shy anymore. So he became my first friend there, and ever since that moment, it changed my life. I wasn't the quiet, shy girl anymore. I started making new friends. I felt accepted. This was the first time I've ever felt accepted and wanted. As time went on, I just kept gaining confidence in myself, and soon I wasn't the same person I was when I first walked in the doors. These doors closed. The reason stated for these problems have been to due to long-term occupancy problems. In order to meet operation costs, second base is needed to average 56 residents per night, and we've only averaged 42 residents per month for the past few months. Occupancy levels have decreased dramatically over the last 7 years. There is no doubt that with that, second base has not been meeting the necessary occupancy levels, but there is also no doubt with an average of 42 residents a month that there is a need for the shelter. In addition to this issue, there has been a mortgage debt of apparently $500,000. Many questions have raised to the absence of fundraising, like why didn't we fundraise to keep the shelter open when you first announced that it was closing in June? And for myself, my question to the board is how was the shelter able to afford to dish out money for transportation to other cities and little things such as micro SD cards and perhaps even big things, mini fridges, if they were in debt? There has still not been an agency willing to take over the lease. The residents, even past residents like myself, are using their voices and hoping for it to remain open. You see, most people don't understand what it is to to live in a youth shelter. They might think it's a scary or bad place, but this shelter is the best thing that has ever happened to me. You may ask why I say it's the best thing. There are many reasons, but the main reason is that months ago I would have never guessed that I would have been the one to be involved with the movement to keep second base open. I never expected myself to do this, nor did I think I could do this. It kind of just happened, and I've stuck with it despite the attempt to silence our voices. They can try, but every time they'll try, we fight 10 times harder. We're teenagers. I'm only 19 myself. We like to be rebels. Except in this case, we're rebelling for an excellent cause. Second base residents are like a family. Like any family, we have conflict. We aren't perfect. But at the end of the day, we are a family. I was discharged for putting up signs in the shelter that said, "Keep it open and keep base alive." It was viewed as an act of vandalism. I've been able to find housing, fortunately, and I've been in my current room since September. But with that said, second base will always be my home. It's the place where I found myself, the place I rediscovered myself for the best, and a place I can be myself without feeling judged.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your comments. Questions from committee members? Okay. Anyway, thank you for your comments.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you coming down. Anne Marie Moulton. Thank you for coming down. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for having me. Hello to everyone. I'm Anne Marie. I've worked at second base for well over a decade, and I've worked there until the day that the doors were closed. And that's okay. I'm here because when I started at second base, I started with one intention, and that was to make a difference in the lives of homeless youth. Needless to say, I'm here today, still standing by that one thing that I've always believed in. It's quite sad. It's very sad. It's very sad for me to be able to come here today and having to do this, but I'm very proud to be here today to represent the thousands of youth that I might have crossed their path over the years that I've been there. And I think why I'm here today is not so much about advocating to save second base youth shelter, but it's to advocate for vital services in our city, in our country. The city of Toronto is known to be one of the best cities in the whole world. We also know Canada to be one of the best countries in the whole world, and I stand by that too. What I find really disheartening is the fact that in the best city of the whole world and in the best country of the whole world, we're having to deal with youth homelessness on such a large level. And we're closing doors in young people's face, and we're expecting that they're going to go on and lead great lives when we've changed the trajectory of their path. It's unfortunate that this is happening right now, and I could only hope that at the end of the day, when we leave this place, we will think about our own lives and the lives of our own children, maybe if not your own, your nephews and your nieces, or maybe your neighbors' children. But when we're thinking about doing things, we must always think of our neighbors. It's not just the fact that young people are having having no place to go. But it's the fact that we're living in a time where we've failed because we failed to use compassion and empathy when we should. And we've allowed just the business of the day to ultimately be the dictates of how we make or we live our lives and how eventually we affect other people's lives. So if anything I could walk away from today, or if any takeaways that I could leave with you today, is while we're making decisions and while we're creating policies and procedures, and while we're thinking about the next thing, let's think about the lives of the many youth in this country that we're affecting, because it could turn out to be your children tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputy? No? No questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Mike Varakes?
I'm sorry, he could not be here today.
Annie Bogovic?
Again, she could not be here today.
Sherwin Modeste? Thank you for coming in, Sherwin. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council. I must first introduce myself. My name is Sherwin Modeste. I've been on the board of Second Base for over 3 years, first as vice chair, and I'm currently the chair of the board of directors. I can go back into a lot of history, which is not what we're here for today. We're here to look at the future for the building at 720 Kennedy, former Second Base Youth Shelter. The board of directors made a decision after some lengthy discussion and also doing our due diligence, and have made a decision to close the shelter. At the same time, we put out an RFP outlining what will be some of whoever is going to take over the building, primarily because of the high mortgage that we had. We had the initial mortgage was $530,000, which was taken out in 2010, and when we decided, it was just over $450,000. So as a board, we were responsible for paying off that mortgage, and that's when the decision around the sale of the building came about. So we put out an RFP, as I said earlier, really outlining how, one, the type of service that we're looking for, whoever is going to purchase the building. Two, what other services are you able to offer to the community? And then also, they have to work out a relationship with the church, who is the owner of the land. So we own the building, but we don't own the land. So there are quite a few pieces that we had to work out. I'm happy to report that we are 99.9% confirmed the sale of the building, and the building will be used for providing homes to individuals with mental health through Regeneration Community Services. So this is what the building will be used for. They're currently just working out the final details, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but I can't emphasize enough that the board did everything in its power to keep the shelter open, but that's not why we're here today. We're here to talk about the future for the building, so I am happy to report that what the building will be used for.
Councillor Mihevc?
So bottom line, we're in a good place then. So the building is going to be used for affordable housing for people who are struggling with mental health issues.
That's correct.
And you're going to hear, I'm going to ask the question, if no one else does, to our staff, that the youth shelter piece is going to be recontracted with a different agency somewhere in Scarborough.
Yes,
that's a good line too. So we're not losing that service as well.
And that's really happy to know, and I am definitely going to be happy to report this to my board, because the entire board is very committed to the community service and the level of service that we have provided, and we will be happy to provide any support that we can. So most definitely.
Okay, great. Okay, so we're in a good place. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Cole?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. So the Anglican Church owns the land and Second Base owns the building.
That's correct.
And in all the kind of discussions that have kind of gone here, there, and everywhere, what's been the relationship or the level of discussion between Second Base and, I guess, the Archdiocese?
So once the decision was made in terms of selling the building, we had to first contact the Archdiocese. Their office is downtown, so we had quite a few meetings with them just around, this is where we are financially. We pay a rent on the land of just over $2,000 per month. So the land, and there's a cost for using the land on the church. So we spoke to them, and they were favorable. All the proposals that came forward, they were in favor of all the proposals, because one of the things that when we met with the Archdeacon, the first thing she said, are they going to be providing services to the residents of Toronto? So that was their big piece, and the answer to all the proposals was yes. So we have been keeping in touch, and they're currently, on Monday I received a letter from the lawyer that's doing the negotiating that the agreement between the church and the buyer, it's almost finalized.
And at no point has the Archdiocese ever suggested that they might be selling the land, like they have an interest, a long-term interest in holding that land, regardless of whoever the kind of service provider is in the building?
No, we did not speak about selling of the purchasing of the land. We had Second Base had a 30-year lease on the land, and I know it's the same kind of deal that has been negotiated, 30 to 40 years lease.
And was there ever discussions with the city for them to be a prospective buyer of Second Base?
The city did approach us, but it was in the middle of the current negotiations. So it would not, I mean, just in terms of being transparent and fair, it would not have been fair to stop a negotiation with one party. I'm no real estate agent, but the lawyers advise us that we cannot stop.
How about if the offer from the city is better?
Again, it's one of the things. It's about not bargaining, but negotiating in good faith. We made a commitment to the buyer. In fact, we already had a signed offer from them. So there was something about once we received the signed offer that we also signed saying yes. Then there was in terms of getting out of that offer, there would also be a cost. And I'm telling you, one of the things that Second Base historically known for is just spending money crazy, and I just don't want to be, that's not the reputation I want to leave Second Base with. So it's one of those gray areas that in terms of purchase from the city, the proposal did come, but by the time we already had an offer.
Okay.
And in fact, to make it even clearer, by then we had three. This was the third person that we were dealing with. And when we spoke to the city staff, it was very clear that they will need to do their due diligence. And every day that we're not operating, the utilities, the security for the building, and all that stuff, we still have to maintain. So there's a cost that we continue to accrue as a result of the deal not finalized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. Will the buyer of the building be the service deliverer?
No, the buyer will not be the service deliverer. However, through the agreement with the board and also with the Archdiocese, the service will always remain in terms of addressing homelessness in the city of Toronto.
So the potential new owner has agreed in principle to deliver a shelter service?
That's correct.
And have our city staff done due diligence on who this deliverer is, or
yes,
we can get to questions in a minute?
Yes, and we've provided the name to the city staff, and has a very good track record in providing this kind of service in the city of Toronto. Very, very strong track record.
And you mentioned you have a 30-year lease on the land. Was that the figure I heard?
Yes, we
How many years outstanding?
still had like 7 years left.
7?
Yes.
That's sorry? 17.
17. I stand corrected.
And
The last time I checked,
the church is open to extending, or?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes. So the negotiations that are happening, it's that we will be, our part of the list will be carried over to the new, and then that also will be extended. So it's the list that has been looked at, it's more than the 17 years that is left by second base.
Okay. I'm done. A second round? Oh, that's ambitious. Councillor Mihevc, a second round.
So, basically, you own the building right now,
That's correct.
but then you will not own it when the new operator comes in.
That's correct.
So you're paying the rent now to the church.
So we're currently still paying the rent for the land, and we're currently still paying the mortgage with the Finnish credit union.
I see, okay. But then eventually that will be
Eventually,
eliminated and transitioned over to a new operator.
that's correct. And when we met with the Finnish credit union, one of the options that we were looking at was even having an agency just take over the mortgage, and they advised us that that will not be an option because the board of directors for second base will still be the one responsible for overall. So, I mean, it was not, we looked at a different option, and that was just.
Oh, so they're not taking over they're taking over a lease, but then they're going to pay you?
Exactly, and they're going to have to figure out the mortgage
I see, okay.
on their own. That's
Okay,
yeah.
great, thank you.
Great. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Great. Thank you very much.
Problem, thank you.
Nathan Hammer? Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for having me. I just want to state that there are many people, and we're not going to get into it, but there are many people who are in disagreement with the stated fact that the shelter was in financial straits and therefore needed to be closed. I'll leave it at that. Where we are today, we have a building that is serving nobody. As Sherwin, who's on the board, just told you, they're still bleeding money. So they're still paying the rent for the land, they're still paying the mortgage. And my point to this is, October 1st is when the kids were kicked out. All this time, perception is everything. We can say we're in a good space, or we can say we're not. And the reason why I don't think we're in a good space is because since October 1st, we have not been providing a service to the youth of Scarborough. And those youth were asked to leave. At this point, I don't see why. I'm not even arguing, the building being sold at this point. Everything could have conducted itself as it has, and you could still be servicing the youth of second base. I just spoke to one of my former colleagues, and she saw one of the same people who were kicked out panhandling, a month ago. This is an issue. When you tell youth that they have to leave on October 20th, and we all know that if it was so easy to house people, we would have done that, consistently, house somebody for, within 2 weeks. But rather, you tell them they have to leave October 1st, yet you're still paying yourself. The executive director is still being paid. Other staff are still being paid. So via wages, you're still sheltering, feeding yourself, but you tell the youth they've got to go. And there's nowhere for them, and there's no end in sight. We say we're going to have a youth shelter sometime as soon as possible. We have a buyer, 99.9% ready. Again, we've been closed since October 1st. We've just heard now that there's been 3 offers on the table. None of them have closed. The city has made an offer. It wasn't even entertained so that we can try and close this deal. This is just the information I'm hearing now. My point is, this building stands. It was able to pay its bills on an ongoing basis. Youth are currently homeless, and I still have not heard a good reason as to why they are on the streets. Right now, the shelter could be open, could be housing these people until this deal goes through. we won't even discuss, anything about the deal and the closure in itself. That is my basic focus and argument.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Certainly, our goal here is to make sure those kids do have a place to go. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. I think we're going to cover some of your concerns in questions to staff.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Marika Good?
Hello, thank you for having me. I guess we're here because there was no real communication as to why we had to disrupt the service, and then we heard that it was going downtown. So, there's been a lot of concern in the community that this has happened. And so I'm just going to go into my speech. I don't want to keep you guys too long. Second Base was conceived and developed in a partnership with the citizens of Scarborough, the City of Scarborough, and the Church of the Epiphany in the 80s, as you know. Many assessments were done and much evidence was found that this vital service was needed. I hate this thing. The community was engaged in many systems set up to embrace the struggling youth. A pledge was made to keep them safe. There was an agreement signed to keep the service up for 40 years by the stakeholders, and a designated purpose-built building was erected at a cost of $2.26 million to the taxpayers. Second Base was entrusted to carry out the mission of serving our at-risk and homeless youth. SBYS has been in operation for 23 years and has overcome many obstacles, but the volunteer board members have always kept the purpose of their mission at the forefront of their decisions. The care of the youth seeking refuge was their purpose and mission. Today, the management of SBYS have a very different perspective on their purpose and mission of Second Base. They have introduced a distorted perspective to the community that somehow the community's needs have changed and that this vital service is not necessary, as demonstrated by their heartless behavior of shutting out the youth just as winter sets in. They have demonstrated that they have lost their purpose for the work that they have pledged to do. In such cases, other volunteer board members have simply decided to leave and are replaced by new, enthused, passionate, and talented members of the community. And this vital service has continued and even thrived. Schools, hospitals, the justice system, and our police services have come to depend on this institution to refer the youth to. The silence and non-action by the city representative responsible for the ward has condoned this distorted perspective, and it appears that many of the processes and financial protocols that have been in place to ensure the viability of the shelter have simply been disregarded. There is evidence that appropriate oversight was not enforced. Financials seem to point to designated donated funds being misappropriated, executives helping themselves to overtime pay, issues of non-compliance, the list goes on.
Just be careful the road you're going down, because we're disparaging people who aren't here to defend themselves.
No, I'm sorry.
just
These
be-
are things that I do apologize. I'll get to my point. I spent too long there. I'm sorry. The community has come together to dispel these truths, and that's why we're here. We've asked you to consider putting second base on the list of options for 702 Kennedy. It's greatly needed. As a volunteer who served the shelter, I and many others have spent many countless hours and dollars to make it work, and am very disappointed in this sad outcome. I am speaking to you today as a passionate, engaged citizen who at the tender age of 16 was a homeless youth. And because I didn't have the services that I needed, I am now experiencing many symptoms of depression, anxiety, and flashbacks, and often feel debilitated. I would like for us, as the caring community that we are, to change this potential outcome for our young at-risk youth now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much for coming. Questions for staff? Oh, I do apologize. Ian Shaw? Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and committee, for this opportunity to speak to this issue. I speak as both a resident, a citizen of Scarborough, as well as I'm a shop steward for a local 585, OPSU, and I raise that because our members do work as community development workers in Scarborough and have done so for quite so many years. I've worked and lived in Scarborough probably for over 35 years, and many of the issues that we're dealing with today are directly related to the needs of servicing an increasingly needy youth community. We work in the area of labor adjustment and community projects for young people to try and get them into training or to jobs. But before we can do that, some of the most basic issues that have to be addressed are the most basic ones: shelter, substance abuse, any range of number of things. The services that we have in Scarborough, it's fair to say, are inadequate largely, and a growing challenge. I think I want to, and the reason I was speaking here today was because I wanted to amplify some of the things that the deputants earlier have touched on. And those are deputants of both people who've worked at Second Base as well as the people who've used the services of Second Base. And I think we really need to amplify their voices because I think it's been missing in this. It's fair to say, and other people have commented on it, that there's a lot of confusing ins and outs about how we ended up here. But from what I can hear and what I can see, what we're really looking for the leadership in the city to do is to work towards a solution. The way we can fix roads in neighborhoods is to fix a real big need out in Scarborough. And if we're talking about the possibility of this facility being transformed into a home independent living option for those with disability, it seems to me that are we not just trading off, playing one group off against another? Once again, youth are being left on the side, are being left at the bottom of the list of priorities. We've got unemployment rates for young people in this city that are well beyond the stated statistics. The outcomes and the future for a lot of people looks pretty bleak right now here in January 2016. And I think when I listen to everything that's come up around this issue without all the ins and outs of the legal aspects and the real estate aspects, it seems to me that one of the solutions to this is to put Second Base back in the same facility that it was in prior to this time. Because if we're talking about putting another service in there, why can't we just fix this problem with the solution that seems to be the most obvious to me? I'm a simple man, but it seems obvious to me if we're going to put some kind of community service into that location, then why aren't we looking at recreating what we had there that served people? There's a lot of misinformation out there. And I'm telling you, the way people are going to evaluate this, the way that people are going to evaluate the political leadership in this city is, what's the fix that we're going to come up with? I don't think it's good enough to say that, yeah, we're going to look at helping young people with a shelter in the future somewhere, perhaps somehow. Because we've seen that on lots and lots of issues over the years. And invariably what we end up with is probably another condo tower. Like, how far out are we going to push people in this community? Out to Pickering and to Durham services? I think Scarborough is being left off the agenda too frequently, and I speak as a longtime resident and worker in that community. We need services in Scarborough. We need commitments in Scarborough. We need solutions that are in Scarborough, and that's what we need, and we need them now. And so I just want to amplify what the young people are saying here, what the frontline workers are saying here, because their voices have been lost on these deliberations, and I think we need to fix this situation by looking at that location as a place for a youth shelter. And if the city can intervene, and it seems to me we've been able to change our decision on subways in this community about 3 or 4 times at great expense to the ratepayers, then why can't we intervene here to fix this solution and put that shelter back in a location that, as we've heard, serves the people that live there? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And once again, our goal here is to make sure some kind of shelter is in that location. What form it takes is unknown. But this committee and the city is certainly committed to restoring a shelter there. Questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That ends the speakers list. Questions for staff? Councillor Mihevc?
Just to start, I'm reserving my right for the second round. Could you perhaps just respond to some of the issues that have been raised, specifically with respect to whether Scarborough will continue to have a youth service? Let's start with that.
Yeah, through the chair. As we've told this committee a few months ago, we put out a request for expressions of interest. We developed that request after pretty detailed consultation with the Youth Serving Interagency Network. And I think it closed at the end of December. We received 2 responses. I should just add that the REOI specified Scarborough. The service has to be in Scarborough and has to be for youth. We've received 2 responses. The staff have been analyzing those responses. I've just been told there are actually interviews with the 2 proponents tomorrow, and so that's proceeding. And these are both organizations that are known to us with good records.
Okay, that's good to hear. On the existing site, what are, I think there was some motion to investigate a potential city sale. I don't know if we have to go into camera on this,
Right.
or...
So I can talk about the sequence of events, and Mr. Casali can add anything if that's necessary. Back when we first brought this report to the committee in November, we understood that there was an active offer by the YWCA with the intention of providing shelter services in that site. And so at that time, that would have worked for us. It would, from service manager perspective, and we were still proceeding with the REOI for the youth services. So we didn't actively put in an offer at that time. In December, we heard that that offer had fallen through because the YWCA had actually purchased a property elsewhere in the city. We approached Mr. Modeste and said the city is interested in pursuing possible purchase, and at that time he told me that essentially what he said here, that they were responding to an offer, and for interests of transparency, fairness, etc., they wanted to go through with that. However, if that fell through, they would come back to us. What we're hearing today, and what he's indicated to me and my staff, is it looks like that is going to go through, that offer. Our understanding is that the purchaser intention is to contract with, and the purchaser is somebody who's known to us and has a history of doing this, would contract with organizations like Habitat, HouseLink, and so on for the provision of supportive housing for people with mental health challenges. And again, from a service manager perspective and looking at the spectrum of housing needs, that's a needed service. So that's something we could support in that location, tied to the replacement of youth shelter services in Scarborough.
Will we have any decision-making role on that service provider, that agency, that person, company, whatever it is, taking over the existing lease of the second base shelter?
So there's two answers to that. The one answer is there's a transaction that's taking place with two independent parties, independent of us. However, and Ms. Casali will weigh in on this, if the new use, and I think the answer is it will, if the new use requires any kind of rezoning on that property, that's a process that the city, as the regulator, can have influence over and input into. It's also a process that takes a long time. It could take a couple of years or 18 months. And we would be in a position to, through a service provider or through ourselves, potentially to enter into a lease arrangement to use the property for shelter, for any other service during that period. But I don't know if Joe wants to comment on the sort of the regulatory side of things.
So in terms of other uses other than a shelter, I believe that a zoning or official plan amendment would be required. My staff had been involved in this since the fall in the discussions with the shelter. And I'll agree with everything in terms of the statements that they made with respect to where they were in the process at the time. It wouldn't have been appropriate for us to try to get in the middle of that transaction, okay? So the other thing that people have said here today that I want to make clear is it's not a purchase that we would be undertaking. The church has not offered up the property for sale. It would be a lease that would transpire, and the church would have the final say as to whether or not they would consent to that lease, okay? So it's my suggestion that the transaction, we see if the transaction goes through, and if it doesn't go through, then we approach the shelter again.
Okay, but I'm not so much worried about zoning, because that's a whole, I'm concerned about the issue of a new operator. Would they be a housing provider? Let's assume it's a housing provider. They might come to us for a subsidy, wouldn't they?
So if it's a Habitat or a HouseLink, these are established services, supportive housing services, and funding comes from a few sources. Funding comes through the LINs, so there's provincial funding. We provide funding in some situations. That kind of service, supportive housing, there's a great need for more of it in the city. It is part of the spectrum or the range of housing options.
But a lot of that doesn't come through your budget. It actually kind of just happens with provincial dollars through the LINs or through one of the provincial ministries.
Core funding is provided to these agencies, and these agencies contract with owners of properties, so head leases. So the funding is there, and I think from our understanding, the prospective purchaser is sufficiently aware of that environment to know what they're doing.
Right, okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mahavik. Councillor Cole?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just, sorry if I'm repeating a bit, but just so I'm clear, what it looks like the new service provider, if the deal goes through, is the site currently zoned for that use?
The site is not currently zoned for residential use. So my understanding of the proposed use, what I've been told is the prospective purchaser is aware of this, and as part of, there would have to be a rezoning, and that would take as long as those processes take, which could be 18 months.
So because of the need to rezone and that process, there will be, whether it's youth or mental health, housing, there'll be no service at that site for 18 months or whatever, however long that process takes.
Not necessarily. So the structure is still there until the rezoning, assuming that that's the path it takes, as long as until the rezoning is completed, the structure is still there, and we would be in a position directly or in partnership with a purchase of service agency to actually lease that structure, for example, for shelter use, to plug the system while some of the other expansions that are going on unfold.
Okay. And in terms of, the reason I ask about the zoning, just to preface my question, is, no deal is complete till it's complete. And so maybe this ends up being a question for real estate, but did the City of Toronto have the ability to make an offer? I mean, were you allowed to kind of assess the site, visit it, see it, such that at least if the shelter, second base, knew there was something else in their back pocket, they could go to that if the current deal were to fall through, as it sounds like others did with the YWCA?
We approached the shelter, and we said that the city is interested in looking at the option to purchase, and we were told that they were in the midst of an offer that they felt obliged to see through, and if that fell through, they would come back to us.
Okay, so it really wasn't advanced to the point where it was a real offer, the real assessment was made. It was if the current thing falls through.
Right, but in terms of that, the tenant is aware of our want to do this.
Yeah.
And actually, we could do this through a delegated authority process if it's at market value. So we can move just as quickly as the private sector on this one if we wanted to. I wouldn't say that is an issue at this point.
Okay.
In terms of the speed of the transaction that we could do. It's not like we'd have to go through council to acquire the property.
And my question more is, I guess, around just how far advanced discussions were between the city and second base, and I think I've got the sense of that. I'm just trying to think. I don't know enough about how shelter users kind of find available beds. But just when you mentioned that there's a possibility that in an interim period while zoning and sales were settled, you could envision seeing this facility used as a shelter, which it was built for. Would it not seem, strange to me, but also would it not be difficult to draw people back out there when the message has been sent quite emphatically that, the doors are closed, we're looking for a new home for shelter services in Scarborough?
If we put a shelter use in that property for a period of months or a year, it would not be a youth shelter.
Okay. And what kind of public, just because we earlier today talked about like public consultation, recognize that communities don't all welcome these services, for the new service that it sounds like is close to being solidified, what would that public process look like for approval from council, the local councillor, and the community?
In all likelihood, it would be a planning process.
Could that, though, a council not approving that jeopardize the deal that's in place?
In terms of that, it has to be the planning process where the city's acting as the, I'll say, the governing body in the planning process, and it's not about, I'll say, a real estate transaction at that point. They have to wear, I'll say, two hats. If you're purchasing property, it's one thing. If you're going through the planning process, it's obviously a public process, and we have to follow all of the regulations related there too.
So that could include an OMB challenge if, say, a
could.
welcoming community didn't want it?
It could, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I have a couple. Just for clarity, the purchase of service agency will not be the owner of the building, should the building be sold. Is that your understanding?
My understanding is that the purchaser is an individual who is in the business of contracting with supportive housing agencies. And so the purchaser is not a service provider himself.
So
he's a landlord. Well, the leaseholder, yeah.
Well, and maybe this question is to Mr. Caselli, but so you're going to have a third-party service agency in a building that they don't own, on land that they don't own. How complicated do you think this could be down the road? In our excitement to get something set up, do you see this as 5 years from now, we're going to say, oh God, what kind of a mess did we get ourselves into? There's just too many owners.
I just see this as inheriting the rights of the former tenant. Okay, so most likely the church, I believe, had the lease for 40 years, is the information I have, which runs to 2032. So the easiest way to do it would be that the church would assign that lease to someone else. So you would obtain all of the rights and interests of that lease. And so as long as we're okay with that, or as long as a third party is okay with that, it's actually quite simple.
So when you sit down to talk about the shelter, you'll be sitting down with a building owner, a purchase of service agency, religious institution, around the table to work things out if they need be. You've got a group there.
Yeah, I would say we would break it into components, right? In terms of, we would be dealing with Phil's group to bring forward, I'll say, the proposals to the church if the city's trying to back this. So we'd have to look at what do each of the proponents bring to the table, and then in what order do we roll that up to actually have the discussion with the church? Because the church is ultimately the one who consents to the lease.
Okay, you've got a lot of parties at that table.
That's true.
Yeah.
But we have done that many times before.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff? No? Speakers? We have a motion, actually, don't we? Councillor Cole.
I'm actually moving this motion on behalf of Councillor Fletcher, who we heard earlier couldn't be here. And I think the gist of it, as far as I understand, is that recognizing that this deal is not certain, that she wants to make sure that the city continues to explore, probe, be ready at the waiting to be a partner or purchaser. So I won't speak to it beyond that. And if you have questions of the mover, I'll do my best to answer them. It is interesting juxtaposition, this morning's discussion and this afternoon's. And it doesn't, I think it strikes me as, I don't know, strange or ironic or something, that we spend our morning talking about the desperate need there is out there for shelters, and how, I think we all said it around this table, we're only going to need more spaces, and yet the afternoon we're spending debating closing a purpose-built shelter. So I think that that's probably not lost on the audience or anyone here. And so to me, the ideal situation is the city buys this and we run a youth shelter there. I know there's a lot of water under the bridge. I know there's a lot of, but I also know there's a lot of water under the bridge, and there's a fractured relationship between a lot of the parties at the table, and that's unfortunate. And I think probably the role of the city at a certain point is to get past that so that there can actually be some more reasonable resolution. I also think that we're going to be back at this committee or some other committee with the proposed use at this site. And it's going to look and sound a lot like this morning did. And so when I think about how difficult it is to cite any social service that has vulnerable people, it strikes me as strange and unfortunate that we're looking to move or close these services. I certainly think that my colleagues around the table will agree that there needs to be, whatever happens here today, there needs to be a significant push to make sure the RFP process yields youth shelter services as soon as possible for Scarborough. But at the same time, I think we have to, this maybe links back to my previous comments early this morning, we have to have a more comprehensive look at how we are citing, relocating, dealing with the pressures of shelters moving, because I just don't think the way we're doing it now is sufficient or workable. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know you have questions of me that I'll try my best to answer.
I'm going to move a couple of minor amendments in speaking with staff, and we're going to go with, rather than purchase the land, how about lease and/or purchase the building at 702 Kennedy? Pointing out that the staff report before us clearly states the city is not pursuing.
Fair. I'm happy to do that. I can take that as a friendly amendment.
That's okay.
And just so you know, that was only there, recognizing that the key player at the table is the landowner, and they don't seem to be, I know they seem to be having conversations with the shelter provider. I just want to make sure that, I don't know, do we have too many cooks in the kitchen? Would there be some benefit of not having them as one of the partners? So anyways, that's why I was there, but I'm happy to take the amendment.
Any other speakers? No? Okay. The amended motion, I believe, is on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Motion to adjourn.
Essentially, it's a referral, so we just need the language.
Yeah, it carried. We are adjourned. Thank you very much.